Hi, Doc Manuel. Good morning. Yes, we can hear you loud and clear po.
Thank you very much. Kumusta naman po yung quality ng voice mo?
Doc Manuel, okay naman? Yes.
Okay, the volume. So, can you control my sound? Control naman po niya. Hello. Naka 35. Mukhang mahina. Okay. Good morning po. Sir Patrick, good morning. Yung ating pong, baka mahina. Mahina ba o malakas? O baka marinig sa yung malakas po. Okay, sige po. Sa ano ko sir ng background. Kita niyo po ang background ko. Pwede na po ba yung ganyan? Kita sir?
Hi Doc, good morning.
Good morning po.
This is Charlotte po. Naka-blur lang Doc, yung background po.
Naka-blur ng background. Okay na din lang. Pero kita ako.
Yes,
Seen.
Doc.
Okay.
Yes po.
May copy po ako sa inyo ng aking presentation I have submitted. Sino po magko-control ng play? Ako o kayo ba?
Doc, kayo daw po.
Saan ko nga po ito si-share, Sir Patrick? Sige po.
Good morning, Dr. De Los Santos.
Yes, good morning. Sir, kumusta?
Mabuti naman. Malakas pala yung signal mo dyan.
Malakas, sir. Nagpaano kami dahil ang aking mga anak ay nag-online class. Ayan. Kumusta na aking kaibigan ko? Nasa Manila ka na, sir?
Oo naman. Eto, kapareho mo, gwapo din.
Ang kita na. Wala ko na ng buhok mo.
Ha?
Alago na ng buhok mo.
Aba, oo naman.
Yeah.
Baka iba nakikita mo.
Malago, oo. Sa iyo. Belo naman, naghanda, belo. Maputi ba ang itsura? Maliwanag ba mukha ako, sir?
Tama, gwapo nga eh. Si
Yeah,
De Los Santos
ano.
lang ang sakalam. Iyon, no?
Ayun. Kita na, sir. Nakikita ba yung aking screen, sir?
Hindi. Ay, yung screen, yung picture mo? Oo naman.
Okay. Yung, sir, aking yung aking mga pinopost, hindi pa, sir?
Para kang nasa Para ka nasa alapaap kasi yung
Grabe ka.
background
Ayoko na,
mo blurred.
ayoko pa nang nasa apal. Ayoko pa nang nasa apal kaibigan. Ayoko.
Blurred yung background mo eh.
Binirad ko nga at baka ako nasa kwarto eh.
Hindi, okay lang yan.
Okay lang. Ayan, para ano ko na. Para makontrol. Ayun. I'm sending this.
Si Sir De Los Reyes nasa bahay pero naka-face mask.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Hello? Nak? Sorry ngayon lang nakatawag si Mama. Kamusta ka na? Medyo busy lang kami. Kakakain lang ni Mama. Buffet nga eh. Pag uwi ko, promise, ipagluluto kita ng paborito mo. Oh, huwag sobrang likod. Hugas ng kamay lagi. Kailangan malinis bago matulog, ha? Oh, sige na, anak. Tulog na. Pray ka kay Papa Jesus. Konting tulog na lang, anak. Makakauwi rin si Mama. I love you. Good night, anak. Miss na kita. May bisita ako sa linggo. Kahit sandali lang. Abangan mo ko, ha?
Lord God, we thank you that you promise to be with us always. thank you that your presence is with us right now. Today, we give you our hearts, our minds, and our lives. Come speak your words of life into our beings. We pray that you would deepen our comprehension, broaden our thinking, and transform our understanding of what we are about to study. For you are our wise counselor, our perfect teacher, and our faithful friend. Thank you, Lord. Amen.
A pleasant morning to all my colleagues today from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and of course our participants from Facebook and YouTube live stream. Welcome to Paideia's webinar 2021 entitled Radiologic Technologies Addressing the Challenges of Uncertainties in a World Full of Opportunities. This sounds interesting, right? So we are here today to feature the relevant topics in regards to this event from our four best speakers. Diba? Nakaka-excite yon. Okay? Kasi this event, okay, we can witness and we can learn from the real expert. Okay? By the way, guys, I am Charlotte Booth and I will be your host for 2 consecutive days. And guys, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe the YouTube channel of Paideia. So you will be updated on our future events. Okay, like this, we have a lot of webinars back. Okay, and kindly fill out the attendance through clicking the link on our chat box. And of course, the evaluation form, okay, after the session that is sent via email. Okay, and guys, we have a simple house rule, okay, for this event. Kindly keep your mic mute to maintain the quality of sound, okay, during the program. Okay, when you are not sharing, please maintain your camera, okay, turn it off, and your mic, turn it off, okay? So to formally open this program, wala nang patumpik-tumpik, let us all welcome Honorable Paideia President Lorenzo A. Rebeldes Jr. for the opening remarks. Let us all give a virtual clap, everyone. Good morning, Sir Lawrence.
Okay, good morning, everyone. A blissful day, everyone. And it is my pleasure to welcome all the participants today for this 2 day webinar. And this is the second day or the second webinar that the Paideia is conducted or is conducting uh, through digital platform. And I would like also to welcome the eminent speakers of this 2 days seminar and also the guests from all over the country from different hospitals, clinics, medical centers to join us today to uplift their knowledge in their field of expertise. And the theme of this seminar, as mentioned by our hosts, is the radiologic technologist addressing challenges of uncertainties in a world full of opportunities. We hope that this 2 day seminar would help you expand your mental horizon and adapt the best practices. And I wish fruitful seminar.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Lawrence, for that warm message. Okay, so now without further ado, everyone, okay, we will turn the time over to our first speaker. Diba? Excited na ba kayo kung sino ang ating first speaker this morning? So he is a program chairperson, a campus director and educational program specialist of College of Medicine Southern Luzon State University. Now, let us lend our ears to Dr. Manuel de los Santos for the topic Radiologic Technologies, Ethical and Professional Obligations. Hi, sir. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Do you see me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anyone in the classroom see me?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes.
po.
Yes, thank you very much. And I hope that everyone from all over the Philippines will listen to me and can hear me loud and clear. At isang mapagpalang umaga sa ating lahat. All right. So I would like to request everyone to please listen as we will be discussing a very important topic relative to the practice of radiologic technology. And as the host, um, as just mentioned, it's about technology's ethical and professional
Yes, sir. Yes,
obligation.
po.
Yeah, thank you very much. And so now you may ask me, sir, why is it that ethics and professionalism is always included in the topic of Paideia? Why is it that ethical? It seems that ethics and professionalism is always part of the curriculum of our course. Because this is very much important in the practice of radiology technology. We must keep in mind that we are not just doing our profession, we are not just developing our expertise and skill. Hindi dahil because of the living, because we have to earn, we would like to earn money, but because this is our obligation to give our heart to every single patient. Now, once again, everyone from over the Philippines and maybe out of the country, a pleasant morning, good afternoon, and whatever the time it's now. And then I would like to also to greet the CPD monitor and the CPD and professionals as well who are listening and join in our seminar this May 29. This is very, in despite of the pandemic, guys, we still manage to have this webinar like this in order to enhance kasi tayo, our service is continuous. 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Hanggang nandito tayo. No one can stop us in providing quality service to radiology technology, profession, and to our valued clients and valued patients. Now, sasabihin natin, the topic is radiologic technology's ethical and professional obligation. Natin, why? Because radiologic technologies encompasses a variety of specialties. I would like to remind you that we're not just doing an ordinary X-ray. As what I have mentioned, our profession encompasses a wide variety of specialties and plays a very important role in the practice of medicine. The service department provides vital information about the structure, the function, both normal and abnormal of the human body. And this information enables physician or the doctors make an accurate diagnosis to pursue care, to pursue the treatment, to manage the patient. And all of us as practitioners are doing an art and science. And this is a key role of radiology technologies in the total spectrum of healthcare services. Now, you may ask in the next slide, may ask, some of you will be asking, how do you define ethics? Sabi dito, we were discussing that when we were in college, but then let us first define again what is ethics in the next slide. The question is, oh, what is professional ethics? And by definition, the jury said it is a science of human obligation. So the topic that we have mentioned is that radiological, ethical, and professional obligation. So this is an obligation. Okay? Alam natin lahat, this is a science of human obligation wherein there is a body of rules of duty drawn from it that create a particular system of principles concerning true or false, which is in turn emerged as a rule of practice in respect to a single class of human action and decision making. So when we say ethics, it talk about ano bang tama, ano bang mali. Sa pelikula, kailan ba naging tama ang mali? Ang tama ba, ang mali ba nagiging tama kung nagmahal ka? Ooh. Pero sa atin, sa profession natin, sabihin natin, mali na labas na ang duty mo, pero nag-entertain ka pa rin ng pasyente mo. Tama ang mali? This is tama. Ang sagot nyo ay tama. Because this is our obligation, not only obligation to the community that we are serving, but community to our valued patient and the obligation to our profession. Sabi dito, science, ethics is a science of human duty. Human duty wherein there is a body of rules of duty which create a particular system of principles and rules concerning duty, whether it is true or false. Now, kahit ito'y tama, kahit mali, pero our obligation. Ang sabi ko nga kanina, guys, the question is, Ratek, off duty na ako eh. Siya na ang duty. Pasyente ba? Mali, mag-off ka because someone, your brother in the profession is there, but then he is preparing for the duty while, okay, dumating na sa atin. But then sabi niya, mali pa ba yun? And then, okay, Brad, ako muna ang i-entertain ko muna yung pasyente. I will do the procedure. Mali na natapos ang duty mo, pero tama pa rin the bottom line. That is part of ethics. In here, there are many definitions of ethics as stated in this slide. It's written there, it is a normative science that deals with the rights or wrongness of an action. It is about the study of what people say or think of or decide sa tao. And then another one, it is an inquiry into the truth, not into what people believe is true. And another definition is, it is what people do or how people act. That is ethics. Well, in fact, in the Philippine Constitution, it is included. The next slide said that in Republic Act number 6713, it was approved on February 20, 1989, and which took effect on March 25, 1989. So it means to say ethics is a science. It's a science. It is a law, and well, in fact, it is written in the Batas of Pilipinas, and it is termed as Republic Act number 6713. 6713 states that in the next slide, this is an act establishing a code of conduct and ethical standard of public officials and employees. I am a member of a state university, and that state university is a government university. So it says that, as what's written there, you can see on the slide, is that this is an act establishing a code of conduct and ethical standards of public officials and employees to uphold the time-honored principle of public office being a trust, granting incentives and rewards for exemplary service, enumerating prohibited acts and transactions, and providing penalties for violations and thereof and for other purposes. It means to say, I would like to inform everyone, for those of you who are my brothers and sisters in the profession, and those who would like to be a radiologic technologist, a licensed and professional one, that this Republic Act 6713 is not applicable for public workers like me, but it is applicable to all. Since you are living in the Philippines, you are practicing the profession, and you are giving service to the community, you are under this Republic Act number 6713. So it's written, and even in the book, the Holy Book, even in Torah, even in Book of Moses, even the Bible, even in Quran, in even in many Holy Bible, ethics is very much important. It is not only a science of law, but this is an obligation to us, to everyone, and our obligation to provide service to the community, to the people, especially as radiologic technologists, to our patient, because that is a God-given provision to us to be of service to everyone. The next slide will tell us, well, since we are working in the field of medicine, medical ethics is also another concern, and that's part of ethics. It so happened that medical ethics lang, and this is applicable to us. By definition, it is a set of principles that guide healthcare workers, including RadTech, in our relationship with patients and others. Medical ethics is like a system of moral values, it is a system of principles and judgment that apply values and judgment to the practice of radiologic technology. In medical ethics, sabi natin, medical ethics tends to be understood narrowly as an applied professional ethics. This is under the major principle of ethics. But since we are working in allied medicine as a member of the allied professional profession, sabi ko nga, it appears that we have to work and we have to work and expound our concern in the practice of the profession. Remember that ethics is a philosophy of science. So therefore, medical ethics is also a philosophy of science. I did mention about philosophy. This is a love of wisdom. And when we are practicing the profession, guys, believe it or not, you love the profession. Sabi ko nga, ang isang radiologic technologist is not only earning a living, we are giving service. At this is a double hazard. Kasi sabi dito, lagi ko sinasabi sa mga estudyante natin and common professional like you that hindi lang tayo nagbibigay ng serbisyo sa pasyente. Kung hindi, we are dedicating and we are sacrificing our safety, because every time that we encounter patient, every time that we press the button, there's radiation, and that radiation, according to science, may affect even a single cell. That's why alam natin lahat, ganun pala ang radiologic technology. Yes. And that is part of ethics. Next slide says that since we are working the profession, we are delivering service, we have the so-called work ethics. The work ethics. By definition, work ethics is a principle of correct behavior. Good work ethic means to be honest, hard working. So when we say work ethics, it is a belief that hard work and diligence, guys, for those who are listening out there, we have the moral benefit and that inherent in our ability, in our virtue, our value to strengthen our character as radiologic technologies. So good work ethic means honesty rather. Yeah, work ethic means hard and best radiologic technologies. It is characterized for having a character, good or a strong character with integrity. In work ethics, people who possesses a strong work ethics embody a certain principle like having a good behavior, leading to produce, sabi natin do, leading to produce high quality work consistency, and our output feeds the individual to stay on track. Ibig sabihin ko lang, work ethics that you are providing services not only to our patient, but those people in our medical community. That is work ethics. Sabi nito, why is it? Next slide said the question is, why is it that professional ethics is very much important in radiologic technology. Next slide, please. Okay? Sabi dito, why is it that professional ethics is important to radiologic technologists? Next is that you can see the next slide. So I have prepared this one. Why is it that I would like to see you guys? Kasi habang tayo nag-aaral ng ganito, this seminar, this is like a classroom discussion. This is like continuing professional development and continuing professional education. It involves BART. Sabi sa teaching and learning, we have the so-called BART, visual, audio, writing, you can write, and then kinesthetics. Okay, so that's why I would like to present it to you and would like you to read it. Now, why is it that the radiologic technology? Okay. Why is it that professional ethics is important to radiologic technology? The answer is professional ethics is important to assist us in maintaining a high level of ethical conduct and in providing the protection, safety, and comfort of our patient. Ethics and professionalism are fundamental in providing good radiographic practice. Professional ethics is very important in the delivery of our service as a real professional. Now the question is, we did mention about professional and professionalism. So let us first define again professionalism. Because our topic is that radiologic technologies, ethics, and professionalism as a part of the obligation of every single radiologic technologist. The next slide, the question is, what is professionalism? And the next slide will show you that professionalism is the way that you conduct yourself at work to represent both of you, your company, your profession, your hospital in a positive way. It includes standards for behavior that might be mandated in our employee handbook. It's like adhering to a certain dress code as well as traits that are harder to pin down but still valuable to being professional in the workplace. That is written, that is precisely the definition given by the Ashley Broom in his article about professionalism, as stated in this in Elsevier book issued in US this 2021, just recently. So sabi niya dito, it is the way you conduct radiologic technologies. Tayo po, I've been in the practice for more than 30 years. I started my practice in my profession 1990s. I was working as a student. Okay. Now, I bear into my mind that, this is my practice. And even though those years, hindi po masyadong kilala or hindi po masyadong nakakakuha ng respeto ang ating profession sa mga tao. And even today, there are some people who are asking you, ay, Radtech, ano ba yung trabaho nun? And then, sometimes, baka marami sa inyo nakaka-experience na i-discuss. Sabi mo, hindi nyo kilala. But then, just smile. Because those people are less educated. All we have to do is to educate them and tell them what radiologic technology profession is. Now, during our time, talagang hindi kilala. During our time, during the early years, sabi ng aking kaibigang radiologist, sabi ko, Dok, bakit hindi kilala yung mga tao sa aming technician o X-ray tech, ano daw ba ito kurso, is just a training. And he told me, I still recall 20 years back, that you have to wait for it 10 years from now. Here in the Philippines, hindi pa tayo masyadong kilala. But you will see 10 years from now, it was in 90s. And then they will learn to understand what is the value of radiologic technology profession in medicine. And now, lahat na lang nakadepende sa atin. Well, in fact, as sabi nga natin is, radiologic technology profession, radiologic technology is an eye of medicine. Right? And divine is true. And then it was, I still recall in one national broadsheet, newspaper in England said the highly respectable and highest paid, one of the highest paid professionals in Europe is radiologic technology profession. Okay, that's why in more than 30 years I've been practicing the profession and I feel proud na how we are Radtech. All right? So all you have to do, guys, mga kapatid ko sa profession, huwag kayo magagalit pag sinasabing, ano yung Radtech? I-educate mo na lang sila. That is the best thing that you can do. All right? Sabi dito, by this definition, according to Ashley Brook, professionalism includes speaking with your colleagues. Professionalism involves the conduct, behavior, and attitude of someone in a work or business environment. It is an individual's adherence to the set of standards, code of conduct, or collection of qualities that characterize accepted practice within an organization. Our organization. So I would like to mention that our profession has this professional organization. We have this. We have this. I still recall those are the many professional organizations that we have. Now, sabi dito, in general, we are professionals and we have to accept the fact that we have to act as a real professional. As what I mentioned a while back, sabi natin, it includes the way we speak with our colleagues in respectful manner. Professionalism is like conducting yourself with integrity and being courteous. And this is professionalism is absolutely important in the workplace because sabi nga natin, it shows that you are not only care about your career. Professionalism is like you are respecting other people, you're respecting peers, and this will go a long way in the future. Next slide. Sabi natin, why professionalism is important in the workplace. Tanong natin, Radek, hindi nyo ba natatanong sa sarili natin? Why professionalism is important in the workplace? Sabi kanina, why is it professionalism, ethics is important in us? Now the next is, why professionalism is important in our workplace. Next slide. Then so that everyone can see us. The question is, why? Why? Why professionalism is important? I have seen, based from the many research that I have seen and I browsed and books about ethics and we're gonna call it internet said that I have identified the four. Why professionalism important in the workplace? Number one, to ensure good performance. Radtech, to ensure work performance or good performance in the work. Another is to ensure good team spirit because Radtech is a team player. Remember that two of my students in masters in radiologic technology. By the way, I would like you to encourage enroll in masters in radiologic technology because our profession is not only for that, for delivering service to the hospital or clinic, but our profession is to educate the people as well and to have to aim high in order to uplift the profession. And I'll go back in here to ensure good team spirit because and I still recall one of our area or subspecialties is radiation therapy. And radiation therapy is a teamwork. Radiation therapy is a multidisciplinary area in radiology. Because according to two of my students, I would like to tell their name, but then maybe baka bawal because of the data privacy law. Sabi niya sa akin during our discussion, sir, every single patient that we have, kasama namin ang radiation oncologist, kasama namin physicist, kasama namin yung oncologist, kasama namin anesthesiologist, kasama namin ang nurse. Because we work as a team. That's why professionalism is very much important. Respect to all of them. Next is I identified professionalism is important in the workplace because we have to motivate people. We have to motivate people and to ensure justice to everyone's effort. That is the very purpose of professional important. These are the purposes. One is to ensure good performance. Number two is to ensure good team spirit. Number three is to motivate people. And number four is to ensure justice to everyone's effort. Meaning to say that when we say to ensure justice to everyone's effort, ibang nilirespeto ang bawat isa at nire-recognize mo ang contribution ng bawat isang professional kasama mo sa team in the hospital. Nasabi nga natin when I was in college, anong kukuhain mong kurso? ay ayoko ng ganyang profession, blah, 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 yayabang ng mga yan, ganito, ganito yan. Pero remember that when we get into our profession, tayo nakapag-practice na and we came to realize that we cannot provide quality service to our clientele, to our patient, kung tayo lang. We need other people. We need other people. Sabi nga dito, no man is an island, and even in the practice of the profession, right? So I would like to remind the control that I think the presentation is missing, right? But naririnig naman ako ng ating mga kaibigan, ng mga listeners from all over the Philippines and abroad who joined this webinar. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes. The presentation. I would like to see the presentation. It's okay. It's okay. So kita ba nila yung presentation, ma'am?
Wait, sir.
Okay.
Presenting
So, all right. Thank you very much. And then I am here. I have read over while I was browsing lecture about professionalism. Dito, there is one Indian national who said that professionalism is not a job you do. Professionalism is like it's how you do the job. This next slide, please, so that everyone can see. Sabi ni Shiv Khera is an Indian professional and author, said that professionalism is not a job you do, it's how you do the job. Dito. All right. So next slide. Sabi natin, Shira said that it's how you do the job. Sabi, ano ibig sabihin kaya ni Shira? Sabi niya is, that is what you see, everyone. Professionalism is not the job you do, it's how you do the job. What does it mean? What does it mean? So maybe pag binasa ng mga iba nating kasamahang radek, ano kaya yan? O may ibang perception. But then, sabi dito, ang meaning ng author na ito is that professionalism involves consistency in achieving high standard, both visibly and behind the scene, behind the camera. Whatever your role or professional, kung ano man ang ginagawa mo, sabi dito, is like, hindi importante yung nakikita ng marami. Hindi na importante yung kita ni boss. What is important is you do it because you will like to do it and you will like to give it to the people. What is important is not visible to our naked eye, but what is important is behind the scene. Di ba ang ganda? Ito si professionalism. Yung bang tipong, lagi ko sinasabi ito guys, for those who are listening, na hindi natin ito ginagawa because for a living, because for the money, because for 15 and the 30th of the month, because we would like to do it and to give our service, our heart to our patient. Di ba? Di ba ang sarap pakinggan? So yung bang, as if when you're doing something, as if it is the last day of your life, this is the last chance to give your service, yung tipong ganon. Alright. So now, sabi natin dito, next slide said that radiologic technology is ethical and professional obligation. So I'll go to the theme of the topic. Radiologic technology is ethical and professional obligation. Sabi kanina, kung babalikan natin sa Republic Act number 6713, this is an obligation of every single people. Didiscuss natin ang ethics, didiscuss natin ang professionalism, and we said that we found out the reason why we are here, why ethics is important, and why professionalism is important in the workplace. Now, we proceed with obligation. Itanong natin sarili, what is radiologic technology ba? Is it a profession? Yes, radiologic technology is a profession. Does anyone see the presentation? Okay, diretso lang ako habang nakikinig kayo, but hope that everyone can see the presentation. Radiologic technology is a profession. Sabi natin, one of our colleagues said that radiologic technology is a promise. Radiologic technology, guys, is a promise to help people to achieve goals necessary for human fulfillment. Radiologic technology profession, guys, is a vocation. It is a calling to serve humanity. It's like parang na-renew lang vocation. Ano ba yon? Pagpapare, isang pangmamadre, isang misyonaryo, yung nakikita natin na pumupunta sa mga community. We can compare radiologic technology profession to those people who are serving the community without any expecting anything in return. Now, we say this, sabi natin kanina, next slide is an obligation. Sabi sa Curie, radiologic technology is ethics in radiologic technology is an obligation. Now let us first define what is an obligation. Ano po bang obligation? Obligation thank you very much for the night. Obligation is a course of action that a person is required to take, whether legal or moral. O yan, nakapasok na naman. Whether legal or moral. We did mention about legal and then moral. There is a legal obligation according to the law. Kasi lahat tayo nakikinig dito tayo, nag-take tayo ng oath. And that once that we took an oath, we have our legal obligation to the people. We have our legal obligation to the profession. We have the legal obligation to the hospital where we are connected with. And we are obligation to ourselves. And that is moral. Sabi natin, moral because it's written in our ethics that ethics is a moral obligation to the people. Sabi natin, obligation for people who are under obligations may choose to freely or act under obligation. And I would like lang to widen up the definition of obligation is that obligation exists where there is a choice to do, whether it is morally good and it is morally unacceptable. That is our obligation. Obligation is legal. Okay? Obligation is a legal bound. Sabi natin bound, which a certain person do to another party. Our obligation to act, our obligation to perform our job. Diba sabi natin? And then it mentioned about the law. Okay. Next slide will say, what is law? By definition, sabi natin dito, this webinar is again enhancing your knowledge in ethical and professionalism, and we will be talking about the batas. Okay. Law is a principle and regulation establishing in a community by some authority and applicable to its people. We are part of the community and we are one among its people, whether in the form of legislation or of custom and policies recognized and enforced by judicial decision. Now, what is law? We have the obligation. Nasa batas daw tayo. Ano ba yung batas na nagko-cover sa radiologic, to the practice of radiologic technology? Tanong, what is that law? And everybody tama ang sagot nyo. The law is Republic Act number 7431. The next slide will tell you, ano yung law? That is Republic Act number 7431. We are very much familiar with that. At ano sabi natin dito? This Republic Act 7431 is an act regulating the practice of radiologic technology in the Philippines, creating the Board of Radiologic Technology, defining its powers and functions, and for other purposes. This act shall be known as cited as the Radiologic Technology Act of 1992. O familiar tayo dyan. Sabi natin dito, kumalal itong i-recall natin dito kasi parte yan. This is our obligation kasi. Sabi ng CPD at sabi ng PRC, we have to remind every single radiologic technologist about the law that we have to follow. And that's Republic Act 7431. This law is composed of 30 sections. Kung malalaman lang natin, recall lang natin. It composed of 30 sections, and then however, the section 29 is missing in the original text. Sabi dito, kailan nga po sir ito? This law was approved and on, is to recall, April 22, 1992 by a former President, Corazon C. Aquino. And it was promulgated according to history on September 20, 1993. Several months after this law put into action. Sabi natin dito. The statement, I would like to remind lang, statement of the policy. It is the policy of the state to upgrade and practice of radiologic technology in the Philippines for the purpose of protecting the public from the hazard posed by radiation, as well as to ensure safe and proper diagnosis treatment. So therefore, radiologic technology is protecting the people from the hazard of radiation. Radiologic technology is for protecting the people to ensure safe and proper diagnosis and proper treatment and research through the application of machines and or equipment using radiation. So that's good. Ang ganda, no? Ang ganda pala ng service natin kung ma-realize lang natin. Dihili lang naman tayo nagsasabi ng hinang malalim, pigil ang mag-ila, ang paghinga, tapos. So no, there is a deepest understanding. There is a deepest realization about what is radiologic technology profession. And then, sabi nga natin is composed of how many? Oh, that's very good. Ilang sections? 30 sections. However, sabi dito, if you try to recall when you were in college, your section 29 is missing in the original text. Okay? So, now, sabi dito, mayroon tayong obligasyon sa batas. At nalimutan natin na nakasulat din dito na mayroon din tayong obligasyon. There is a patient sa pasyente natin. And we have to recognize, sabi natin, there is ethical and professional obligation to the patient. And that is, we have to follow, we have to consider, we have to respect the patient's rights and governing laws. The patient's right and governing laws. Sabi dito, ano ba yun? I would like lang to remind everyone na pinag-uusapan natin ay obligation, nag-uusapan natin ay ethics, at pinag-uusapan natin ay professionalism. And in right, patient's right, kasama dito ang right to appropriate medical care. At may batas. Medical care and humane treatment. And it's written Republic Act number 8344, and it was put into law on August 25, 1997. This is an act penalizing the refusal of hospitals and medical clinics to administer appropriate initial medical treatment and support in emergency or serious causes or cases. All right. So another thing is that, so ano ibig sabihin niya? Batas Pambansa bilang 702, otherwise known as an act prohibiting the demand of deposits for advance payment for the confinement or treatment of patients in hospitals and medical clinics in certain cases. So that's part of the right of the patient that we are obliged to follow. Next slide said that we have to consider again the right to informed consent. The right to informed consent is written in Senate Bill number 1402. Sabi sa batas, it is an act proclaiming the rights and obligation of patients in providing a grievance and mechanism thereof and for other purposes. So, gumagawa tayo. Tinuro yan sa atin sa college professional ethics natin, and then administration and supervision. We have, the patient has the right to be informed consent. That's why even in BARM, in KUBIBP, yung mga ordinary hindi na naman kailangan. But then, especially those invasive procedure, we have to inform the patient about the consent, and they have to write down the what do you call it, the signature that they are allowing us to perform the procedure. Right. Next slide is right to privacy and confidentiality. Oh, may question tayo diyan dati pa. Pwede mo bang i-disclose sa kaibigan mo, sa kasama mo sa trabaho, ang finding sa pasyente? That is big no. It is written in Section A of 141 of the Health Service Act 1988. This act is a law preserving confidentiality in public and private hospitals, day procedure centers, and community health centers. Now, sabi dito, the patient has the right to be free from unwarranted public exposure. Nakatago dapat ang kanilang findings. Huwag mo ikwento kahit kanino. Right? Di ba? That is ethical and professional obligation. Next slide is like, they have the right to information. It is written in Article 19, Executive Order number 2, on was given on July 23, 2016, requiring or Philippine Executive Branch government official to fulfill the public's right to information. and the President requests to the legislature to follow with comprehensive law. The next is, I am actually discussing para ma-remind ang lahat tayo na ito po yung ating obligation, ha. Number 5, the right to choose healthcare provider and facility. And another to consider is a right to self-determination. This right of the patient in this slide is written in the Health Act of 1997, Section 15. Section 15. Next slide. Next slide is, everyone, could you please, tandaan lang natin ito, ha. Ito yung mga ethical and professional obligation natin as radiologic technologists. Right of the patient again. Right to religious belief. And right to medical record. It is also written in Health Act of 1997, Section 15. Ano ibig lang pong sabihin natin dito? Ang pasyente has the right to refuse medical treatment or medical procedure. Di ba kaya tulad natin, kapag ayaw ng pasyente magpa-barium enema, papipirmahin lang natin, refuse, because they have their very right to medical record. Pag humihingi sa pasyente sa atin ng kanilang record, meron naman section ng hospital na siya bang magpo-provide ng medical record, not us. Because we are not allowed to disclose information to anybody, especially sa kahit kaninong tao. Next slide says that the right to live and the right to refuse participation in medical research. It is also written in Health Act 1997, Section 15. Ang pasyente, kung gusto niya umalis ng hospital, it's okay. Gusto kaya lang papalagyan natin ang tawag natin HAMA. Still recall, guys? Alam niyo yan. Tama. Alam niyo yan. HAMA, Home Against Medical Advice. Pero kailangan documented. Kasi may karapatan sila. And then the right to refuse participation in medical research. Tama. May karapatan. Huwag nating ipipilit. This is our obligation to follow it and to respect the right of your patient. There are another. From this slide, again, the patient has the right to correspondence and to receive visitors. And they have the right to express grievances. Next slide is like, this is what I've told you, the right to express grievances. Tatanungin, ano bang pwede, to express yung complaint, pwede talaga yon. Kung may complaint, huwag naman tayo magsasabi sa pasyente ng complaint, karapatan po nila yon. At obligation natin, at professional and ethical obligation na i-follow and to hear their side, whatever it is. Next slide will tell us that the patient has the right to inform his rights and obligations as patient. Because every person has the right to be informed. Every person has the right to be to inform about their health condition. At karapatan nila po yon. At karapatan nating ipaalam sa kanila. At karapatan nila yan at obligasyon nating ipaalam sa kanila. This is sound conflicting. Ipaalam sa kanila, mag-ingat po tayo, ganyan. Health tips ang tawag namin doon. Health tips sa kanila. Karapatan, baka kasi sabihin nila, di naman, karapatan ko huwag makinig, karapatan mo rin naman at obligasyon mo na sila ay palalahanan. Remember that, another thing, aside from the law, we have to follow the ethics. We have our obligation to follow the Professional Regulation Commission provided ethics. Well, in fact, it was given to us. There is an adoption and promulgation of revised professional ethics for radiologic technologists. Meron po yan, di ba? Tandaan natin yan. Nasabi natin dito. Adoption and promulgation of the revised Code of Professional Ethics for radiologic technologists and X-ray technologists. Yan po, ha. Tandaan po natin siya, our obligation. So I would like lang to inform you that, to remind lang, kasi this is continuing professional education. At sabi nga ng CPD, at sabi nga ng PRC, at sabi nga ng CHED, dapat inculcate in the mind natin ang professional ethics. Remember that, ang ethics, sabi ng PRC, is that we have our relation with the state and society. Next slide po. sabi natin, we have ang ethics po natin ay may mga article. We have 5 articles, and then we have its relation with the state and society. Meaning to say, we should be aware of the supreme authority of the country, of the state, and the Republic Act 7431 regarding the law, the rules, and regulations promulgated to the practice or in the practice of radiologic technology. And we have to follow it. We have to follow it. Article number 2 said in our ethics, and we have this obligation, relationship with patients and clients. Huwag po tayo na ang pasyente natin, if we are going to define patient, sabi natin, these are the people who are inflicted with sickness. And they are emotionally, physically, psychologically, mentally down. So we have to develop a good rapport, a good communication, a good relationship with our patient and clients. That is the meaning of, that is our obligation, and that is the meaning of relation with patients and clients. Sabi natin, we have to focus our practice as radiologic technologists or X-ray technologists to our patient, and to give them to practice it with dignity and sincerity, and must express our genuine concern in the discharge of our practice as radiologic technologies. Nakakasama ang puso ko. Ano? Okay? Narinig niyo ba ako? Nakaka-relate ba tayo? Nakaka-relate talaga tayo dahil pare-pare tayong mga professional radiologic technologies. Next said the article in ethics given by the PRC, I am sure matutuwa si PD nito, is that relationship with other allied professionals. With allied profession. So we have this, sabi natin dito, we have to bear in our mind that our profession is a public trust. And we have to uphold the dignity and integrity of our profession. And we, of course, we have to share it with our colleagues, whether they are doctors, they are nurses, or any allied professionals. Work with them to develop a good and harmonious relationship with them. We work as one. Next slide will tell us we have our relationship with our agency. We have this relationship with the hospital. Remember that isa para sa lahat, lahat para sa isa. Sakit ng kalingkingan, sakit ng buong katawan. You are not only actually projecting yourself as radiologic technologist if you are working in one institution. As member of the institution, as member of the academy myself, as member of the PRC, as member of the Commission on Higher Educations of about radiologic technology, sabi natin, we have to promote and support and assist in establishing goodwill and camaraderie towards our peer, our employees, or to the agency that we are working with. Ganun tayo. Ganun po tayo. And the last one, the last article, guys, mga kapatid sa profession, our relationship with oneself. Ang galing ng PRC, ano? Ang galing na CPD, ang galing ng CHED. Kasi remember that we are not only bound to maintain the relationship outside world, but we have to consider our relationship within ourselves. Ang tawag natin dito, sabi nga ni Howard Gardner, we have multiple intelligence. And sabi dito, si Howard Gardner said, multiple intelligence, merong intrapersonal relationship and extrapersonal, intra and interpersonal relationship, if you still recall. So may relasyon tayo sa ating sarili. So tandaan na natin whenever we are giving service to the community, to the people, we have to keep in mind that tayo bilang tayo ay kailangang irespeto natin ang ating sarili. When we go out in the community and the community see us, we have to project ourselves para maka-gain tayo ng respect from them. Kasi practice. The profession is like tawag natin dito, expressing yourself with dignity and honor. Okay, di ba? And that is our respect ourselves. Sabi nga natin, when I was working abroad, sabi nga namin, I'm a father, tapos every single month may salary binibigay sa pamilya pinapadala ang but I maintain my relationship with oneself. I pay myself every month. Kapag nagsesweldo ako, kakain ako ng gusto ko, may gusto akong bilhin, bibilhin ako because I have to maintain my relationship with myself. Sa may mga asawa dyan, remember that. You do not own your husband or wife or your partner kasi you have to respect the individuality of an individual tayo. Okay, nakakatawa tayo, di ba? And then another one. We are close to the end of our discussion. I hope nakaka-relate kayo dito, mga kapatid. Ano? We have this ethical and professional obligation to respect the rights of the patient, sabi nga natin, and to follow the dignity of human person. Respect and recognize the dignity of a human person. In the practice of our profession, we have to consider this. Autonomy, free and informed consent, the patient benefits, or ito yung beneficence, and avoidance of harm or non-maleficence. When we say dignity of human person, autonomy, we are actually we are actually considering the patient's right to self-determination. We have to respect their decision making. We have to respect their voluntariness or no coercion. Wag natin pipilitin yung pasyente, and we discuss it in the rights of the patient, diba? Next slide will tell you about the dignity of human person. Sabi dito, we have to respect the autonomy. Autonomy means right to self-determination, decision-making, voluntariness, and respect for privacy of your patient. And when we say respect for privacy, truth-telling, confidentiality, and free and informal consent, and respect the patient's right that we have already discussed. Another consideration of the relative to the dignity of the human person is a free and informed consent. There are 4 conditions of informed consent. One is competent patient decision-making capacity. Hayaan natin mag-decide. The second is adequate disclosure, the risk, benefits, and alternatives of procedure. Ano pa ba yung pwedeng gawin sa kanya kung hindi pwede ito? And intervention or research. You have to tell them that ito po, ginagawang research. One of the major hospitals in the country, gumagawa talaga ng research. Kapag yung case ng pasyente ay hindi pangkaraniwan. Well, in fact, when you were in college, gumagawa tayo ng case study. Kung ano yung pasyente na nahawakan natin, nagtataka tayo. Siyempre, bago tayo sa profession when we were intern. Kaya tayo mayroong mga case study na ginagawa. And part of the pre-informed consent is understanding and comprehension of the patient and voluntariness, no coercion, walang pilitan. Next slide will tell us part of this dignity is that beneficence and the patient's benefits. All acts should be for the good of your patient, to do good, and result must be beneficial. Everything that we do is for the benefits of our patient. Remember that we are doing it to preserve life, to restore health, to relieve suffering of your patient, to restore and maintain the function of the certain individual. And another one is to act in the best interest of our patient. Hindi yung, ang galing-galing ko, nakagawa ako ng barium, ang galing-galing ko, nakagawa ako ng IBP, ang galing-galing ko. No, we have to consider that, and we have to put in our mind that all of our act is for the best interest of our patient. Nadadala naman ako ng aking emosyon, mga kapatid sa profession. Alright, so next slide will tell us now, non-maleficence. Still recall non-maleficence? Yung mga brothers and sisters ko diyan na kasing age ko, So minsan nalilimutan, what does it mean? What is non-maleficence? It means avoid harm. Primum non nocere means first do no harm. Primum non nocere o non nocere. Alright, it means first do no harm. Sabi nga natin kanina, act in the best interest of your patient. Okay, next slide. What is do no harm? Sabi natin, when we say do no harm, is like unprofessional behavior. Huwag mong susundin yan. Even verbal or even physical and sexual abuse, sexual harassment of patient, do no harm. In uninformed and undisclosed experimentation on patient with drugs procedure may cause potential harmful side effects. Do no harm. And breach of radiographer or relation or rat take patient's confidentiality which result in harm to the patient. Disclosure, discussion, sasabihin mo, tawag naman sa akin, Dok, hindi naman niya alam na, syempre, nakaka-proud, tatawagin ka ba naman, Dok? Tapos biglang i-disclose mo yung kanyang findings. Oh my God. Do no harm. Do no harm. And other obligations. Next slide. Ito, madalas nalilimutan natin ito. Other obligations, the quality of patient care, control of radiation, quality of education standards, and continuing radiologic technology education or CPD. That is one of the purposes why we are here. One of the purposes why we are enrolling ourselves in Paideia just to attend this webinar. Sabihin naman ninyo, Sir, bakit naman ethics and professionalism parating yung topic? Oh my God, my God, my God. From the very first day of your radiologic technology as a student and to the last day of practicing your profession, you have to consider ethics, and you have this obligation to follow the ethical conducts and the professionalism relative to the practice of radiologic technology. Nakita ko na po yan eh. Sabi nga ng aking pamangkin is, napanood ko na yan. Ang isang tao, nakakatuwa, no? Yung mga teachers natin ni elementary and high school, kumatanda na sila, pag nakikita natin, ma'am o sir, kasi our profession is never ending. Our name with a tail, RRT, ay kadugtong ng ating buhay. Hindi matatapos ang obligation natin sa ating profession. And as of this, as a radiologic technology practitioner, sabi natin dito, the patient's best interest should be at primary importance. Perform only the procedures for which the radiographer or radiologic technologies as acquired competence. Advocate the most appropriate care for patient. Respect and maintains the patient's privacy and confidentiality at all times. My dear brothers and sisters, our question is, why are we in radiologic technology profession? We are here, my brothers and sisters, for the prevention of disease and untimely death. In this time of pandemic, we are in the midst of these uncertainties. We deliver our service to the patient. We go on duty because that is our obligation. Why we are here? To cure disease. Why we are here? To prolong the life of a person. Why we are here? To relieve the pain and suffering of an individual. We are here to restore or restoration or maintenance of function, our physical body. We are here for the prevention of disability, and we have to maintain the patient's dignity, honor, and control. My dear brothers and sisters, I feel very emotional because I would like for you guys to remind you about the creed of radiologic technologies. And I would like every single one of you to read along with me. The creed of radiologic technology. What is that? The creed of radiologic technology, everyone, wherever you are, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, Metro Manila, kung saan man kayo, nasa kwarto, nasa sala, kung nasa labas, kung nasa sakyan, o nasa duty, please everyone, sabay-sabay nating basahin. That we may serve humanity with fidelity, uphold the dignity, honor, and objectives of radiologic technology profession to the best of our ability to render service without any mental reservation to the practice of radiologic technology. My dear brothers and sisters in the profession, I, Manuel de los Santos, your brother in the practice, would like to leave you these six ethics of life. In the midst of this uncertainty, pray before you pray, believe. Before you speak, listen. Before you spend, earn. Before you write, think. Before you quit, try. And before you die, live. Once again, next slide. I am Manuel Joel P. de los Santos. Would like to thank you for listening. I would like to acknowledge the source of this lecture, the PRC, the BORT, the CHED, the Papa 40, Dr. Monson, the ICRT, the Paideia. Napakalaki ng impluensya ng Paideia sa akin, na Equip Review Center, at kayong lahat ng radiologic technologies na nakikinig sa akin. From the bottom of my heart, I am sincerely yours, radiologic technologist Manuel de los Santos. Thank you very much, and thank you for listening. God bless us all. In everything you do, put God first, and He will direct you and crown your effort with success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Los Santos, for that very informative topic, which is very helpful for us to take tonight on ethical and professional obligation. Thank you so much, sir. A virtual clap for our first speaker. Thank you so much, Dr. Los Santos.
Thank you very much.
Okay. For our next part, okay, I just want to remind everyone that for those who are still asking sa ating attendance, you can check it, guys, on our chat box. This is sent dun sa link, okay? And you can also check it through your email. Pinapadala po sa inyo yung mga forms na you can fill out sa attendance and of course sa evaluation form, okay? So before we'll start to our next speaker, okay, syempre may good news ang Paideia sa ating lahat, okay? We're going to have a virtual raffle, di ba? May kapera ang Paideia, okay? We will draw one winner per set with 500 pesos GCash loan. Okay, so kasama ka dyan, Joe. Hindi po. So, okay, let's start. Sino ang ating maswerteng winner for our first set? Okay, 500 pesos to. Diba? Sino ang mapipili ng ating virtual roulette? Okay. Sino kaya ang ating maswerteng winner? Okay, congratulations, Escarel Jade. Okay, Sir Escarel Jade, you can chat or you can send your GCash number to Paideia's messenger or yung account namin. I-message niyo po kami doon, okay? Or dito sa chat box, you can put your GCash number. Congratulations, Mr. Escarel Jade. Okay, for our next speaker, okay? Let's all proceed to our next speaker. So this person is a very well-known and skillful person in the field of allied health professions. Okay? He is a former board of RadTech examiner, a former dean from different school of our country, a former executive director of UMAC, Center of Imaging Health Science. Okay, everyone, let us all welcome and give a virtual clap to Honorable Mayor Lorenzo Rebeldes Jr. on the topic entitled Managing Change in the Radiology Department During New Normal. Good morning po, Sir Lawrence.
Okay, good morning, ma'am, for your kind introduction. Good morning, participants. You're still awake. Sa bagay, maaga pa. Now, again, I would like to welcome you all this webinar that we have. So I am tasked to deliver the managing change in the radiology department during the new normal. So hindi pa natin siguro masasabi na we are in the new normal since that we are in the second surge of this pandemic. Kaya wala pa tayong masasabing new normal. But how can we manage change in our respective or in your respective department? So, naiba, di po ba? Naiba ang ating procedures sa radiology department before the pandemic and iba din naman ang ating situation at present and ongoing natin ongoing pandemic. Iba din yung ating management in the department. So, managing change in the radiology department. COVID-19 pandemic is forcing our entire society to adopt numerous changes, at least until an effective treatment and or vaccine becomes widely available. Because COVID-19 is a new disease that has never required us to make complex decisions based on scant evidence. So medyo nagulo yung decisions natin, nagulo ang plans ng bawat isa sa atin since nung pagpasok nito pandemic. The pandemic.
Wala pong sounds.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello po.
Sabi ko, templihan mo lang.
Hello?
Nga wala sound daw.
Hindi ka po.
Hello?
Ano po?
Wala pa po?
Hello po, Doc.
May
Meron na.
sounds
Ang sound
na
nyo ba?
po
Ang sound
ba?
nyo. Kaiwan nyo ba?
Okay, okay. You're
May
back, sir.
sounds na po?
Bakit hindi ako
Yes,
kausap niyan?
May
Okay na
sound.
po.
Wala mo nang ano ba yan? Wala mo nang violent reactions. Violent reactions agad. Eh. Relax. Like text. But, uh, may uh, naririnig niyo na po. Ano po ba? Nawala. Nawala. Uy. May sounds na.
Yes, sir. We can hear you po.
Okay.
Smile, sir.
Parang sinabutay. May sounds na. Sinabutay.
Okay na po, sir. Wala.
Ah, ah, ah. Saan ba ito nilalagay? Wala. Saan ba ito nilalagay para marinig ka? Wala. Wala po. So, hindi ko ito maririnig. Wala. Siyempre, wala naman yung pakialam si Job. Ano na? Ang dami mo kasing pinipindot. Test, mic, test. Mic. Nandyan pa po kayo? Baka nag-out na kayo.
Nandito pa po kami na naghihintay kami sa iyo, sir. Go, sir.
Okay, so I would like to if you are still, ano ba? Sound check. Sound check.
Malakas na po, sir. Malakas na rinig na po.
Hello, nandyan pa po kayo? Baka nag-out na po kayo, ha? Okay, balikan natin ulit, ano? how can we manage
Yes,
change
sir, okay po.
in our respective department, in radiology department during new normal. So sabi nga natin, hindi natin pwedeng sabihin new normal dahil we are still experiencing the second surge of this COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic is forcing our entire society to adopt numerous changes, at least until an effective treatment and or vaccine becomes widely available, because COVID-19 is a new disease that has required us to make complex decisions based on scant evidence. So although we are in the first phase of getting vaccine, but there is no effective treatment yet for this COVID-19. The pandemic is having an enormous impact in our healthcare system. So hindi lang healthcare system ng our respective hospital, healthcare system ng national government, healthcare system ng local government units ay na praktisan nitong COVID-19. Specific radiology department plays a fundamental role in the diagnosis of the disease and in the posterior management or the safe base. It is essential to understand the infection so that safe circuits can be implemented. Radiology has been affected in an extreme number of ways by COVID-19 pandemic. The term new normal first, hindi lang ito first time nating maririnig ang term new normal. And this was first appeared during 2008 financial crisis to refer to the dramatic economic, cultural, and social transformations, precariousness, and social unrest impacting collective perceptions and individual lifestyle. And this term has been used again during this COVID-19 pandemic to point out how it has completely invested, how it has completely transformed, and debatable pivots of life, such as when you say pivots of life, in other words, it does not mean failure. It means opportunities, stands for visions, and these things are constantly changing. So halos nabago lahat as to professional identity. So as you experienced, fellow Radtecs, nagkaroon tayo ng problema during the outbreak of this COVID-19. Pag sinabing frontliner, we are still in the process. Are we considered as one of the frontliners? Dahil minsan pag pumapasok nga kayo sa mga grocery stores, ang pupwede lang pag sinabing Radtec, seldom na makukonsider as frontliner. So that is a slap in our professional identity as a Radtec. Another nabago, transformed our economic subsistence. So marami ang nawalan ng trabaho, no? Even Radtecs, marami ang nag-resign. Work and family organizations affected. The children's education management is also affected. Imposing a radical revision of the traditional ways, practices, and skill used to manage them. So ito yung mga affected natin. This was completely invested and transformed in our human life. Adapting to a new normal, that is the question. Are we adapting to a new normal? And we have 5 key operational principles for radiology service facing the COVID-19 pandemic. And what are these? 1, we have leadership. In any type of crisis, leadership and clear modes of communication are the best ingredients for success. So in other words, in the leadership and communication, they work hand in hand in any type or in any form of crisis. So the radiology department at present, to manage the radiology department, and there must have a setup, a small task force within the department. So what type of task force that are being formed in the department, I do not know kung mayroon na kayong na-form sa kada hospital. And this is composed of the key members of the department or the division. So this is composed of the radiologist, the radiologic technologist, the chief rad tech or any representative, and the nurse kung meron, and the admin staff. So these are the small setup of task force within the department. And what are the role of these task force? Is to review the daily operational capacity. That includes operational capacity, in other words, that includes workload, the manpower, dahil sa kada department na bago, na bago operational capacity. Iilan na lang yung pasyente. So the most commonly affected dito sa healthcare system natin sa radiology department, the commonly affected yung mga private hospitals. Government hospitals, they are subsidized by the national government. They are subsidized by the local government units, provincial hospitals by the province, and the local government unit. So yan ay subsidized nila. So the commonly affected healthcare facility, yung mga private institutions. Kaya usually ang affected natin sa workload, bumaba ang manpower natin, marami ang nag-resign, mga rad techs. Kaya minsan nagkakaroon tayo ng skeletal force sa department dahil since na konti ang workload, so konti lang din ang pwedeng pumasok na rad tech. Normally, mayroon 2 araw na straight, then 1 week off. Di ba ito yung nangyayari at present sa kada hospital? So that adjustments could be made quickly. Another function of the task force set within the department serve as a point of contact for those outside of the department or division. So hindi katulad dati na kahit sinong rad tech pwedeng tanungin, pwedeng utusan para mag-inform from the outside department. So this time, itong task force, ito yung function nila, and they are the contact point or the contact person outside the department. Another key operational principles for radiology service while we are facing COVID-19 pandemic is the patient risk stratification. So pag sinabi natin stratification, this is the type of process that uses a mix of objective and subjective data. So what management care decisions should be given. And this is an ongoing process of assigning all points in a particular risk status based on data reflecting vital healthcare indicators, lifestyle, and medical history. So the triads categorization and segregation of patients of varying risks during this pandemic continues to be an operational necessity, given the heterogeneous patient population coursing through the department of how to categorize patients. So before, mayroon tayong iba-ibang categories. So parang nabago, parang after a month na nabago, di ba dati meron tayong yung person under investigation, person under monitoring, and the confirmed cases. So nabago ito into non-suspect, suspect, and the confirmed cases. And which allows ground staff to understand which patients they can use standard precautions on versus those that require measures and additional personal protective equipment. So hindi naman lahat ng pasyente na may encounter natin, we have to use additional personal protective equipment. So meron tayong mga standard precautions na napapractice sa cada department. Like for example, if it is a non-suspect patient, I think it's not hindi practical na we have to use the personal protective equipment. Dahil kung yan ang suot mo maghapon, pagpasok mo ay napakainit. Diba? So kaya minsan here naka-hold. In the earlier days of the outbreak, it was much easier to risk stratify patients. So ibig sabihin, madali nung earlier days of the outbreak dahil ang tinitingnan lang natin doon o ang tinatanong lang yung symptomatic patients with travel history. So mas madali no, kung mayroong symptoms at mayroong travel history. So but with the global explosion of cases, with the community transmission, it has become more challenging to categorize patients into different risk categories. Maybe at time in the near when anybody coming in may be a possible case, and sustainable enhanced universal precautions are likely to be new normal. Environment natin, we usually categorize them as positive. Meron tayong tinatawag na asymptomatic and symptomatic cases. Natin sa hospital, we always consider that as a symptomatic patient. Now, kaya ito yung mga tinitingnan natin. And the third key operational principle for a radiology service is adequate manpower. So, deal with crisis, and these must be addressed with all ultimately made a difficult decision of indefinitely postponing just ensure an adequate manpower in the ground. Kaya nga at present, dapat so depende sa workload na na-experience natin sa kada department. Sabi magkakaiba nga, no? Pag government institutions or government healthcare facility, yung mga big hospitals, those hospitals which is under the national government, dahil ito yung mas marami ang pasyente. Kaya, pero kahit na marami ang pasyente, minsan nagkakaroon tayo ng skeletal force din dyan. No? Kaya may mga staff na nagli-leave, hindi na inaalaw, di ba? At present, so postpone muna ang mga leaves. Kaya lang yung ibang mauutak during the first day of outbreak, agad nagli-leave na, no? Ng matagal, which is na-approve na agad yon. O kaya marami yung nag-resigns na RADTEC. So as we all know, that there are fellow RADs na mataas ang positivity rate, no? Mataas ang nagkaroon ng positive. So to ensure an adequate manpower in the ground based on the weekly workload, or sometimes ang duty ng RADTEC is even longer, up to 12-hour shift during this outbreak has been a challenge. So karamihan sa hospital in the government service care facility, radiology department, minsan may RADTEC na duty for 3 days, then break siya ng 1 week. No? O kaya duty ng 1 week, then naka-quarantine ng 14 days. So ito yung mga experiences natin na talagang mahirap, no? sa RADTEC. Pagkatapos, galit pa tayo na we are not acknowledged as one of the healthcare professionals. The operational principle, we have the operational workflow clarity. No? So dito sa operational workflow clarity for non-suspect COVID-19 patients, non-suspect, yung mga emergency cases, yung mga for check-up, we continue to use our pre-pandemic standard precautions. So meron tayong mga standard precautions sa department even before this pandemic, yan ang sinusunod natin. And ensuring surface cleaning of patients' contact points with standard antimicrobial wipes. So unlike before the pandemic, parang wala lang sa atin, no? RADTEC. Pag may pasyente, linis ng konti, then alis. So this time, we have to ensure that all surfaces within the department na ginagamit natin should be properly wipes, no? Should be properly decontaminate. The X-ray buckets, the ultrasound probes, the CT coaches after each patient should be, especially for the non-suspect, no? Pag non-suspect patient. And so another, we have the strict hand hygiene practices already part of our normal pre-pandemic routine. So lagi naman, so since that we are working in the hospital or the healthcare facility, yan strict ang hand hygiene practices natin dyan. So para ngayon lang natin na-realize na we have to do all of this. And all patient fronting staff should wear surgical masks. Lagi yun. So every time that we face a person who comes to our department, and we should always use the surgical masks. Another for suspect or confirmed COVID-19 patients, what is our management? It is our basic tenet has been to minimize unnecessary imaging. So for suspect and confirmed cases, dapat minimize yung hindi naman kailangan na x-ray. Normally, pag suspect or confirmed cases, dalawa lang ang pwedeng procedures na ginagamit natin. So pag pinadala sa department, we usually take chest x-ray. Or minsan for confirmation, o pag medyo hindi na maganda ang lagay ng pasyente, the patient should undergo CT scan. So to reduce the spread of pathogen and other patients' staff. To image these patients, we have taken an additional safety measures at the expense of patient throughout. So especially pag government hospital. So additional safety measures, syempre nakasama sa pasyente. The problem the government institution or the government healthcare facility dahil kulang, limited ang special personal protective equipment. So have leverage. So there is a for ultrasound, but we should see that we have to properly in PPE, no? PPE when we conduct portable examinations for suspect and confirmed COVID-19. For MRI and CT scan, we need a planned routes of transformation to ensure minimal spread of pathogen and contact with personnel. Pero dapat mayroong simulation of these transfers, which have helped identify gaps in the process, and this should be carefully rehearsed. Na hindi po ba, so pag ang pasyente is for CT or for MRI, for suspect and confirmed cases, dapat meron tayo nito, no, sa department. Mayroon tayong plan routes of transportation, no? Para ma-minimal yung spread ng pathogen doon sa personnel. So pero ito na simulation of transfer, ito ay na mayroong para excuse me. Yan, para may rehearsal. For MRI and CT, we need to plan routes. Ayan, yung sinabi natin. Then use full PPE. Meticulous vetting of examinations is being made to ensure examinations are being done appropriately and add value to patient care. Yan, decontamination for portable x-ray machines. Siyempre, pag gumamit tayo ng portable x-ray machines, and we should see to it that this should be properly decontaminated. No? The surface cleaning to the entire machine with standard antimicrobial wipes. Hindi lang, siyempre, pag galing tayo sa suspect, and confirmed case, after using the portable x-ray machine and that's properly decontamination. So if I'm not mistaken, sa kada x-ray department or in hospital, meron silang decontaminating team, no, na naglilinis. Patong wala man, and it is the obligation of every rad tech on duty. So for CT procedures for COVID-19 patients, yan, wrapping potential contact as with plastic covering, yan, especially the gantry na ginamit, the couch, the injector controls. After the plastic is removed, use the standard antimicrobial wipes to clean the machine. So in other words, the decontamination process of portable x-ray and CT will take 20 minutes for the portable x-ray decontamination process and 90 minutes for the decontamination process for the CT machine. Ito yung process. And the other key operational principle for radiology service and workplace and social responsibility. And it is our social responsibility to continue to be advocated. So ano yung mga dapat sa kada department, di ba, sa hospital o sa healthcare facility, meron tayong mga TV na ngayon, o kaya mayroong mga posters na nakalagay doon sa X-ray department sa room bago pumasok, demonstrating what is the proper hand hygiene technique, paano maglagay ng PPE, doping and donning of PPE. Now, if the people are sick, they are advised to stay at home and avoid social activities. And that is one of social responsibility. And that should be sinasabi natin in a nice way. Safe distancing, at least 1 meter apart, both in outside the workplace, is to decrease the possibility of pathogen spread. So dito bago na. Lagi nating naririnig sa radyo, lagi nating nakikita sa television, even as healthcare workers, alam natin na safe distancing. Pero minsan dahil we are not used to it, pero dapat used na tayo dahil it's more than a year already. No? And also a mandatory temperature reporting should be instituted in our department twice a day or 7 days a week to monitor yung temperature. As the COVID-19 situation continue to evolve, we will continue to preserve and hope that the concepts we have introduced will allow us to contain and nimbly adapt to the situation as it unfolds. If it's possible that this pandemic may be a new state, and we may have to develop new infection control standards. One important problem is the prevention of disease and its transmission by individuals. Kasi ito yung pinakamahirap natin, ano? Ito yung mga talagang kasi wala unless ito may mga symptoms, madali nating makita dahil pag inubo, yan, we suspect that the patient is having a symptom of COVID-19. But the only problem is the asymptomatic individuals. And the medium incubation period is 5 to 6 days. So alam niyo yan, no? Rante. With a range of 1 to 14 days. Kaya nga ang quarantine period natin is 14 days. Although 11 dito in 5 days it has been shown that asymptomatic individuals get infection, which makes it necessary to be very strict with the preventive measure and requires the development of the disease for these potential contagious individuals. So sabi nga natin, ito ang pinakamahirap pag asymptomatic individuals dahil ito yung mabilis mag-transmit ng infection ng COVID-19. Kaya naiintindihan natin or hindi lang naiintindihan ng ibang tao na pag sinabi natin na physical distancing, minsan hindi okay sa mga tao. Preventive measures based on the radiologic technologies point of view. So what are the preventive measures? Actually, common ito. No? Alam natin, first, establishing barriers between people. So how can we prevent the COVID-19? So in our points of view as RadTech, definitely, pinakasimple, safety 2 meters. So para mas mabilis, dapat mayroon tayong 2 meters na distance. Personal protective equipment of dealing with infected patients. So if we are dealing for suspect and confirmed cases, we should see to it that an additional protection by using the personal protective equipment. The other preventive measures in our point of view is, of course, the hygiene. So hindi naman normal as a healthcare professional, dapat hand sanitation is the simplest and most effective way of preventing transmission. Yan ang pinaka-simple na, no? And most effective way. And hand sanitizers are alternative only for quick disinfection, although they have only one. They have only the once the hands are clean. Yan. Parang doble. Yan. So I repeat, sa hygiene, yan, hand washing with soap and water will be suffice. Yan. So kung nag hand wash with soap and water, that's enough. No? rubbing the hands for at least 40 to 60 seconds, and the hand sanitizers, sabi nga natin, alternative lang yan for quick disinfection. Although they should only be used when these hands are clean. So kung pwede lang tayong gumamit ng hand sanitizers pag once na ang hand ay clean already. So that is the one of the basic preventive measures. Another, identifying infected patients and possible carriers. In the case of symptomatic patients or symptomatic points, it is easier to comply with the measure. However, it is important to maintain a detection policy for asymptomatic carriers and to avoid any possible exposure. So mas madaling ma-identify na pag mga symptomatic patient. And then I have here some measures to be taken in the radiology department. So meron tayong mga measures no, sa radiology department to guarantee a safe working environment. So what are these measures to be taken in the department for a safe working environment? So one, we have the basic protection measure. So yan, yun yung pinaka-basic protection by using personal protective equipment. And these are the barrier systems that should be used by staffs to minimize the risks, and certain basic measures which are used to establish the 3 levels of protection according to the risks. The clothes, the surgical face mask, the caps, and the gloves. And these are the basic protection measure. So meron tayong tatlong levels na na-establish for the protection according to the risk. The first level, and those the areas with possible contact with patients. And the second level, when there is going to be contact with patients. And the third level, when aerosol may be produced. And the second, we have the face mask. The face mask, the use of face mask has become widespread as COVID-19 pandemic has advanced. And face covering are obligatory for patients and health staff alike. So obliged yun, no? So be careful, RATEC, dahil at present there is a law or passed by the Department of Justice. Those individuals without using face mask in a public places, ikukulong na kayo, no? Wala na multa. Ang alam ko, you will be imprisoned for 9 hours once you are caught without using face masks. So that is nationwide, no? So please be reminded, if I'm not mistaken, this has been approved the other day. So ito na ang gagawin ngayon. Kaya wag nang magulat kung ikaw ay mahuli sa public without wearing face mask. Tandaan mo siyam na oras kang nakakulong, no? Kulong, talaga makakatikim ka ng kulong ngayon. Another basic measures, we have the structural measures. So in every department, we usually adopt waiting rooms to make sure that the minimum distance is guaranteed. Pinaka-safe is 2 meters or 1.5 meters if the patients are wearing face masks. So nakasuot na ng face mask yan, no? 2 meters and 1.5. Kaya lang, it is the attitude of every Filipino na kung walang nakakita, isang grupo kayo, walang face mask to, pero hindi mo alam, among isa sa inyo ay positive na pala. So yan ang common cases this time, bakit nagkakaroon ng spread or community transmission, dahil nagkakaroon ng community transmissions kung mayroong umpukan, no? O yung magkakabarkada, magkakasama. Mark out corridors and safe zones. So sa X-ray department, dapat naka-mark out ang corridors, no? Hindi po pwede yung salubong. Mayroon diyan mga arrow kung saan ang dadaanan mo papunta doon, saan yung pabalik, no? And adequate signages must have in the department. And partitions and isolation measures of admin staff dapat meron, no? Partitions. So even if we are working in the same department, dapat meron niyang mga partitions, yung mga fiberglasses na yan magkakalayo. So as you can see in other offices na sa structural measures, yan may mga partitions sa kada department. Old normal, new normal, or never be normal, is there a silver lining? Yan. Parang pang Miss Universe yung tanong, hindi ba? Yan, sa silver lining. To have a new normal, we must have an old normal. I wonder if there is such a thing. Normal for one person or one department is certainly not normal for another. Diba? Hindi pare-pareho. Hindi pare-pareho ang normal, no? So dahil sabi nga nila, we are created in the same image of God, pero magkakaiba, no? May uniqueness. Amen? Yan yung mga ganun. Now is the time to be proactive, not reactive. Kaya lang, nangyayari ba na ang RadTech ay proactive? Hindi ba nakaramihan ng RadTech pag hindi favor sa kanya, mayroon agad violent reactions? So sometimes that is the value na dapat nating matutunan, di ba? So dapat RadTech must be proactive as possible, although we are not perfect, we are just human, na mayroon talaga tayong reaction, pero siguro mas maganda kung proactive. So kung mayroon mang mga hindi favor sa atin, most probably there are reasons, no? May mga reasons kung bakit hindi. But still, although life is not fair, lagi nating sinasabi, pero God will give that in a perfect time. We must be part of the solution and not part of the problem. Siyempre, pag reactive tayo, pag nega tayo, pag bashers tayo, yan, siyempre we are just adding to the injury, no? So, we are part of the problem. We are not part of the solution. The new normal may never be normal again. It will be different, no? So, ang new normal ay hindi na magiging normal again ulit. So since from the beginning na hindi na tayo normal, definitely this is already an abnormal. The way we offer our services, so magkakaiba. No? The way in which we communicate. So katulad ngayon, di ba, sa department, yung naka-duty tayo, hindi na kapareho ng dati na pwede tayong makipag-interpolate or pwede tayong makipag-usap face-to-face sa pasyente. Ngayon, hindi na, di ba? So mayroon ng distance. So the way we communicate, hindi na tayo nakikipag-usap, hindi nakikita kung ano yung reactions ng sinasabi natin dahil we use face mask, we use face shield. Interfere with others will need be agile. So in other words, this is be able to move quickly, easily. So kailangan mabilisan, no? Pag nakipag-interfere tayo sa iba, mabilisan, hindi pang matagalan. Hanggat maaari nga, nakikipag-usap tayo, hindi tayo nakatingin diretso, di ba? Minsan nakatagilid pa at mabilisan agad. So hindi ka naman magagalit. Dahil that is the way of life, no? That is the way of life ngayon. No, hindi pa tayo free sa COVID-19. So although bumababa at present, pero hindi tayo pakampante still. Ang nagsasuffer ngayon yung mga provinces dahil in the provinces they are in the process of increasing the surge or the positivity rate ng COVID-19. And with that, thank you very much for listening, and God bless everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Valdez, for that very informative topic. Ika nga, ito ay very trending, di ba? Kasi we have, di ba, pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. That's why this is very helpful for us, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga RadTech na we are all frontliners, di ba? We are all the soldiers and warriors of the hospitals, di ba? Tayong isa sa mga bumubuo nun. Okay, without further ado, let's do a virtual raffle again. Diba? Sinong gustong manalo ng ating virtual raffle? Diba? Meron tayong virtual roulette. Okay, nasa na po ang ating virtual roulette? Thank you, Sir Lawrence. Napaka-informative ng mga topic natin for this morning. Okay? And guys, by the way, nakikita ko may mga nag-raise ng hand dyan. I think you have a question. So in terms of your question, participants, you can ask on day 2. Okay? So on day 2, you can put the number. Like for example, Sir Lawrence is our number 2 speaker. So you can include in chat box too, then what's your question. Okay? So we can assess or we can answer. Kasi I think we have three participants here that likes to ask. Okay? So we will entertain your question. So hold nyo muna yung mga question nyo on day 2. Okay? So saan ang ating virtual roulette? Ang mahiwagang virtual roulette. Guys, are you still there? Nag-enjoy ba tayo sa ating webinar for this morning? Yes. Okay, where's our virtual roulette? Sana all. Yes. Shout out dun sa ating mga participants na kaka-join pa lang. Okay? So, welcome. Good morning. Virtual roulette. Okay, asan ang ating virtual roulette? Yan. Maraming mag-aantay. Yes, ma'am, we're enjoying. Thank you so much po for trusting Paideia. Yes. So, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe on our YouTube channel para updated kayo sa aming mga susunod pang webinar. Okay? Saan ang ating malupit na virtual roulette? Okay. Yes, ma'am, napakasaya. Yes po, never tayong nagbigay ng webinar na hindi masaya sa Paideia. Okay? Laging enjoy dapat ang participants. Yes po. Thank you so much. Yes. Ayon, lumabas na rin. Lumabas na ng malupit nating roleta. Okay. For our second winner in virtual roulette, okay, let's do this. Sino ang ating maswerteng winner for this set? Okay? Oh, ang dami nating participants, guys. Okay! So, congratulations, Tagros Jude Gian. Okay? So, sir, kindly send your GCash number to our chat box. Okay? Or you can message us in Paideia. Okay? Congratulations po. So, this is 500 GCash load. Okay? So, di ba, imagine, 500. Kami lang ang nagbibigay ng 500. Okay. For our third speaker, thank you sa ating virtual roulette. So, for our third speaker, are you all guys excited for our third speaker? So, this is, our third speaker, sorry, is an executive director, okay? A program chair and faculty member of University of Makati. So over to you, Professor Maina Marie Nerona, for the topic, Developing Interpersonal Skills for a Better Patient Care Delivery. Hi, ma'am. Good morning po.
Hi, Miss Charlotte. Hello,
Hi,
good morning.
ma'am. Good morning.
How are you? Let me just check first my audio. Can you hear me? I mean, is it loud? Clear?
Yes, ma'am. Opo, loud and clear po.
Okay, thank you very much. So, I guess we are live and somehow we have difficulties probably with first internet connections that we cannot really avoid, no? But nonetheless, I think this is a good example of webinar. Lahat naman na napupuntahan nating webinar may mga konting difficulties. But congratulations to Paideia. So nakaka-pressure naman yung aking line, no? Yung line natin with Dr. De Los Santos, after ni Doc De Los Santos, si Sir Lawrence na.
Sir
diba?
Lawrence.
Diyos
Yes,
ko po.
mabait na.
Okay. So, actually, I will be using two gadgets. First gadget would be here, kung nakikita niyo po ako. And the second one, I will be sharing my PowerPoint with you. So, I enjoyed this PowerPoint presentation. So, let me just share my screen. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. So again, good morning to all of our hardworking, um, wait lang, tanggalin natin to siya, pero hindi matatanggal. Okay, I'll just remove it there. So, good morning to our very much hardworking Radtex, very passionate Radtex. Because, bakit natin nasabing passionate and hardworking? Siguro, ngayon sa mga Radtech, kaya sila nandito during the pandemic because they love what they do. So I think saludo ako sa inyo na nasa clinical setting because you are one of our heroes. So I salute you. So congratulations sa ating lahat. Now, I was tasked to deliver developing interpersonal meaning from within. Interpersonal, meaning between. Okay? Between the people around us. So developing interpersonal skills for better patient care delivery. Meaning, just for the healthcare, tayo magfo-focus sa department ng radiology. Ano yung pwede nating ma-develop, no? Since I am the third presenter for today, let me just first discuss or give you an icebreaker probably, no? So, first is here. Okay, let me just go back with my slide. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, icebreaker. Sabi nila, age are just numbers. So, tignan natin. Gusto ko magkaroon ng interaction dito since we're talking about interpersonal. Disclaimer lamang po, baka po makuha natin lahat. So pag meron po tayong ibibigay na image, meron po akong ipapakitang image sa inyo. Medyo pag nangiti kayo at natawa or you see yourself reminiscing those days, probably, hindi naman matanda, siguro po ay seasoned na tayo, no? So, generation, meron ng mga Generation Z sa atin, no? So, siguro mga millennials, no? So, baka mapangiti tayo dito. Disclaimer lang ulit, huwag sanang matamaan yung mga may edad na po, no? Sabi nga ni Sir Lawrence kanina, parang wala namang tumatanda sa field ng radiology. Okay, so, first picture. First picture. Ewan ko po kung, ewan ko po kung na-try nyo po ito. No? Ako, guilty ako dito. Ang tawag natin dito, swab. No? Sabi ng isang FB user, ayaw mong maulanan or else mukha kang ginataan. No? Nakakatawa. No? So ako, gumamit po ako nitong tinatawag nating swab, no? Ewan ko po kung meron din, pag hindi nyo nakaka-relate, medyo siguro kayo po ang edad nyo ay 25 pababa, no? Pag, hindi ko na naabutan yan. So, medyo 25 na po kayo siguro, no? So, yung mga medyo umingiti-ngiti po dyan. Next picture. Yan. Okay? Tawag natin dyan, Colin. Minsan, Jolin. Minsan, hindi ko po alam kung paano i-pronounce yan. Sabi na isang FB user, yung pag may marble ka, kakaiba ka sa kalaban mo. Yes. So, ewan ko po kung meron po kayong ganyan sa... meron po, taas po yung mga kamay na merong Jolin, no? So, sana nakikita ko po kayo. Baka meron pa po kayong Jolin dyan. Yan, may 3 po na nag-raise ng hands. Thank you. So, 4 na. O, sige, next picture. Dire-diretso lang po ang pagtaas ang kamay para makita po natin yung mga seasoned and experienced Radtech. Sunod na picture po. Yan. Sa mga babaeng Radtech, ewan ko po kung naranasan nyo to, yung parang lasang expired na, pero go pa rin, alang-alang sa bibig mong ambisyosa, sabi ng isang FB user natin. No? So talagang pulang-pula yung labi natin dito pag ginagamit natin. So talagang lip gloss kung lip gloss. Ayan, medyo 17 na po yung medyo tumataas. No? 200 po tayo, wag po kayong mahiyang tumaas ang kamay. Again, pa-mute na lang po. You just raise your hands po. Thank you. Medyo maingay po yung background. Thank you, pa-mute. Kamit na lang. Thank you. Okay, next picture. Yan. Ano na lang po ng mic natin. Thank you. Ayan. Big time ka pag meron kang ganito. So, yan. 24 na po ang tumataas ng kamay. So, sa ilang mga pictures na po, para 24 yung mga season na Radtech natin dito. Ito po yung parang iPad of the century before. No? iPad century. Mako 33 na po yung mga nagtataas ng kamay. No? So, medyo nakikita-kita po natin yung mga, so 37. Next picture. Ayan, meron po ba kayong ganyan? Ako po, naranasan ko po yan, lalo na sa aming province, no? So, paggising mo sa umaga, ang itim ng ilong mo. Okay? Ito po ang parang fluorescent bulb natin, no? Dito sa syudad. Pero sa province po namin, at alam ko po sa bilang po na province, ay gumagamit pa rin po sila ng ganito. No? So, gas po yung nandyan sa ilalim, tela po yung ginagamit, at garapon po ng cheese whiz ang ginagamit. O, di ba? Alam ni Mamay na. Okay, next po. Next picture, 54 na po ang nagtaas ng kamay. Ayan, kaway-kaway sa mga halos papuntang humerus na po yung mga gagamba, mga natin diyan, mga tawag diyan, rubber band hanggang humerus na, hanggang dito na sa sobrang dami nilang napanalunan, no? So dampa hanggang sa sumakit ang kamay. Ha 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 ha, sabi ng FB user natin, no? So 54 na po ang nagtaas ng kamay. Aba, yung halos lahat po pala 150 po ba dito ay 25 pababa. Naku, tingnan nga natin. Okay, next picture. Yan, ewan ko po kung na-experience nyo ito. This is original version of pop-up. Parang pumuputok po ito eh. Kapag tinamaan ka nito, butas ang bungo mo. Okay? Kung nakikita nyo po yung aking presentation, yung parang pinapop up na ganyan. Okay? Next picture po. Nakikita nyo pa po yung picture? Ma'am Charlotte, can you still see my picture po? No? Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry po. Sige, balik po ako. Sorry po. Nako, medyo napapataas na ng kamay yung iba eh. Pasensya na po kayo, ha? Nako, kaya siguro wait lang po, pasensya na. I think it happens all the time, okay. I will be joining now again and share again my presentation. Thank you for your understanding po, no? Sharing. Share my screen. Start now. Okay, let me just go over first with my files and then there. Okay. Medyo bumaba po yung ating mga 47. Ano? Okay. Remove po natin to. Okay. Can you now see my screen po? So, yan. So,
Yes po, Mamay na.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Charlotte. Okay. So, ito po yung kanina, no? Original version ng pop-up. Kapag tinamaan ka nito, butas ang bungo mo, sabi ng isang FB user, no? Ewan ko na nyo to, parang paputok na very light lang, no? So 47, 48 na nag-raise a hand. Another picture po. Okay, yaan, sa mga ating babae. Ewan ko sa lalaki kung meron din pong ganito. So, para kasing social tignan na medyo emo. Ang tawag namin dito ay libag bracelet or libag necklace. Para po siyang libag. Choker, kung tawagin natin. Para kasi po siyang tato, no? So, yung mga kapanahunan ko po dyan, nagawa po ito. Next! Ayan, hello. Meron po ba kayong ganito sa kusina? Ayan, no, meron po. So, bukod sa tang, ang tang ay medyo, bago-bago pa. Meron tayong tinatawag na sunny orange, no? Tapos madami pa silang nailabas, no? So, isang patak, kaya ang bisitang sangkatutak. O, di ba? Nakakaloka, ito yung pang fiesta na juice, no? Ika nga, no? Yung mga hindi nakaka-relate dyan, Well, nako, 25 pababa ang edad ninyo. Another, ayan, watusi, durugin, tapos tapakan sa bato, tapos tapak-tapakan, niikot ka pa. Ewan ko kung, ako ginawa ko yun, isa nga, nilasahan ko po yan eh, okay? So, 52, nako, 52 ang nag-raise ng hand. Mukhang mga 100, 200 po tayo dito. So, yung mga 150 po ay hindi nag-raise ng hand. So, medyo mga bata-bata po mga nandito, ano? Next, yan. Ang tawag ko dito magic pencil eh. Yung parang may bala sa ilalim. Okay? Pag may ganito ka, mayaman ka. Sabi ng isang FB user natin. Ewan ko po kung meron na yung ganyan sa inyo, no? So, tingnan natin yung mga nag-raise ng hand. Knock 60 na nag-raise ng hand, may ganyan. Okay. Mga ka-generations. Next, ayan, feeling ko madami dito. Ayan, yan ang aming painting paraphernalia, kung tawagin. So, ubos na yung tubig, wala pa rin color. Ayan, medyo madami dito ha. Nag-65 tayo dito. Ayan, medyo madami ang naka-uranas nito. Tapos doon sa takip, lalagyan mo yan ng tubig, tapos may brush yan. Pero medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng ng dulo doon eh. So, ayan. So, 65 ang nakapagsabi na naranasan. 61, okay? Next is, ayan, gagamba. Kaya ikaw tinawag na gagamboy. Okay, gagamba. So, pagdating ng alas 5, ikaw po ay pupunta na sa gubat kung saan maghahunting ka na ng gagamba. Okay, panlaban daw. Next is, ayan, naranasan nyo po ba ito? Parang ihip-ihip pa, may paihip-ihip pa. Ewan ko pa, tawag namin dito ay floppy disks, no? Ginagamit po natin to nung elementary or high school days, even mga college, no? Nakakatuwa. Balikan. Yung mga ngumingiti-ngiti po dyan na hindi nagtataas ng kamay, nako, nakikita po natin kayo. Okay? Okay. So, sana nag-enjoy po kayo dun sa aking icebreaker at sana hindi po kayo medyo na boring, no? Sa aking mga medyo pakulo. So, bukas ulit, meron po tayo mga konting-konting pampagising lamang po. Okay. So, moving forward to my presentation, that is the interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills probably are the skills that we use every day. Ginagamit natin to araw-araw. When we communicate and interact with other people, both individually and in groups. So, individual, maaring kay pasyente, kay relative, kay nurse, no, kay radiologists, or even in groups. People with strong interpersonal skills are often most successful in both of their professional and personal lives. So, interpersonal skills include a wide variety of skills. So, wide variety of skills, though many are centered around communication, interpersonal skills include the following. So, pwede po siyang, So, interpersonal skills can be listening. It can be questioning. Okay? It can also be understanding what? Body language. So, may pasulat pa, no? Talagang teacher na teacher, pasensya nyo na po yung aking sulat. So again, interpersonal skills also include listening, active listening, questioning, clarification, and understanding the body language of the person that you are talking to. They also include skills and attributes that are associated probably with emotional. Emotional in terms of being able to understand and manage your own and others' emotion. So that is your own and others' emotion. Now, people with good interpersonal skills tend to be able to work and communicate effectively with others, whether family, your friends, your colleagues, our customers or our patients, or even our clients. Interpersonal skills are therefore vital in all areas of our work, especially in healthcare setting. Through awareness, alam natin of how you interact with people, with others, and with practice, we can improve our interpersonal skills. So again, interpersonal skills are not only limited to how to communicate with others, but also our confidence. Our confidence and our ability to listen and to understand. First, of course, kasama dyan ang problem solving, decision making, and personal stress management sa interpersonal skills. Pasensya na po kayo, hindi ako masyadong tumitingin dito dahil meron po, ito po, ginagalaw ko po yung aking presentation. No? So, moving forward, where to get this? Saan ba nabibili niyan at para makapag-mine naman ako? Yes. So where to get this? How will we be able to, paano ko malalaman? No? Actually, according to study, we already have interpersonal skills. All of us. Lahat po tayo merong interpersonal skills, no? And we've been developing our interpersonal skills since childhood, since our mga kabataan days. And interpersonal skills often become so natural. Lumalabas na siya ng pagiging natural that we may take it for probably for granted and never thinking about how we communicate to other people. Now, if we develop good habits, probably you're fine. But of course, it is also possible to develop bad ones and then fail to understand why our communication fails. So I think a little time and effort, you can develop both the awareness and the interpersonal skills that we wanted to show to other people. Well, so in definition, ano ba ang interpersonal skills? What is really interpersonal skills? Interpersonal skills is the set of behaviors. Set of behaviors na kung saan ay nami-measure how we communicate effectively and ambiguously. When we talk about ambiguously, this is about not open to more than one interpretation. Okay? In a face-to-face setting. Interpersonal skills can also be taught as behaviors. Tayo, kung paano tayo mag-behave. Which assess a progress, an achievement, an improvement towards achieving an objective. Ano ba ang objective ng radiology? The objective of radiology, of course, service. Serbisyo. No? Service to hospitals, our institution that we are affiliated with, service to the staff, our co-allied health practitioners, and most important of all, our intelligent service to the patient who is the ultimate customer, our patient. So, moving forward, no, as you can see in the illustration shown, no, nasa taas yung self. Nasa taas yung self. Here, the self. I think, kung nakikita natin yung illustration, kasi nakikita ko dito, no, parang okay. Okay, balik tayo. Okay. So what we have here is first the illustration of ourself. How is interpersonal relationship matters? How does it how does yourself has a relationship with the two? So first is self, yung nabilugan ko po. Self. Kayo po, tayo po yan as a healthcare practitioner. So meaning, tayo po yan as a RadTech. No? And as you can see, we have connection to what? To the group members. Group members, these are other categories, other professions, other discipline like group of nurses in ward, in ER, in pharmacists or pharmacy, wherein you will be seeing pharmacists, medical technologists, and others. No? Again, here at the left side, you also have your relationship one-to-one. Ibig sabihin, kayo po at doon sa isang individual. Maaaring ang pasyente, maaaring ang family ng pasyente, maaaring ang visitor ng pasyente. And all goes with one core. Meaning, all work is done through relationship. Sample, sa ating mga kababayan na nasa field ngayon, of course, ano ginagawa natin? We endorse. Yan ang pinaka-importante. Endorse. And that is communication. Endorsing. No? So, dito nagkakaroon tayo ng a little achievement of communication because lahat ng dapat nating gawin ay naisagawa through the relationship of your colleagues, other people, and so with your patient. Now, here, the next slide. Okay. Next slide would be healthcare providers and patients must have a good relationship for best care. So, hindi better, no? Best care. So, healthcare continues to take a consumer-centric turn. Patient needs have evolved already. Yung kailangan ng pasyente natin nag-evolve din. So as patients are not just simply looking to visit their physicians to cure their diagnosis or their disease, but now patients also want a positive patient-provider relationship that yields a positive patient experience. And this relationship is based on a clear communication, a mutual trust, respect to other people, respect to your patient, and they will respect you as well. And of course, your shared goal. I believe that once you are in a certain institution, once you are under the same roof of your institution, you're sharing your goals. Kaya nga may mission and vision ng isang institution because all of the employees under certain institution, they have shared goals. They have specific goals. Okay? An important aspect of this relationship include patient's privacy. Yan. Confidentiality. Hindi yung pagchichismisan ninyo. Hindi ganun. And lastly, respect for autonomy. Autonomy is, di ba sabi natin, nung tayo ay undergrad, when we talk about autonomy, you are able to decide on your own without external pressure. Nakapag-decide ka based on your decision and your decision alone. Hindi yung, ay kasi sabi ng nanay ko mag-radtech ako kasi nasa Amerika. That's not autonomy. Autonomy is making your decision without the pressure of your surroundings. So, ganun din kay patient. When they have decided, they have to respect that. Okay? You will not be the external pressure putting, ay ma'am, sige na, i-contrast mo na, ma'am, sige. No. Ma'am, hindi, gusto mo isabay kanan yung sige, ma'am, gusto mo i-direct. Hindi ganun. If they have decided, pasensya na ayoko mag-take, then respect their what? Respect their decision. Next slide is of course, the continuation of how you will be able to effectively have this interpersonal skills. Effective communication is not is the outpost. It is the utmost important when delivering healthcare. Ito yung pinaka-importante. Effective communication. Without it, the quality of healthcare would be impaired. So, negative patient outcomes, yung mga negatibo na naririnig natin would increase. No? Kung hindi effective yung communication. And no matter how hard you work or how brilliant your ideas are, if there is no communication, well, your professional life, you as a professional probably will suffer. And the single best problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. The next slide would be probably an attributes. Attributes na kung saan pwede nating hulaan kung meron ba tayo nito. Attributes is probably first, no? Okay, here, first attributes. Sure why it is not, the slide is not working. Okay, sorry for that again. Okay. So this is the first ability. Ako, naghang ata yung aking... Okay, first, this is the first ability. The ability as a rad tech to stand in another shoes. Okay? Yung nararamdaman mo, yung nararamdaman niya. If they are not comfortable, probably you feel that there is something wrong with your patient care. Lagyan natin ng unan, malamig, lagyan natin ng kumot. Nakikita ko yan sa rad tech. It shows what? The ability of empathy. Yan, empathy. Empathy is the ability to understand and share other people's feeling. Naiintindihan mo to. It's you knowing what should be done because you know what they feel. No? Hindi sila komportable. Okay? Maaaring magbigay ka ng support words, no? Or other materials na kung saan magiging komportable ang iyong pasyente. The second ability that I can see in our profession starts with letter A. A, that is enable an individual as a radtech to act in his or her best interest without denying or overstepping upon the rights of your clients. This ability, you allow people, your patient, to speak their minds without hurting or threatening others. I think you got the right answer here. Starts with the letter A, that is assertiveness. In healthcare setting, assertiveness focuses on us clinicians' ability to communicate their views and their concerns as a patient. We are open to what they wanted to, give information about a certain, yung pag-open, ma'am, okay lang po ba kayo? Assertiveness yun. Mga radtech, ganyan. Very friendly. You allow your patient to express themselves. No? Ma'am, okay lang po yan. No? So, when you are assertive communicator, you must have these qualities. You are open about the feeling of your patient. You are not anxious. Deal with stressful situation very calmly. No? Kalma. Relax ka lang. Ako bahala sa'yo. No? Kahit na nagtotoxic na yun, calm ka. Kahit stressful yung situation, you're calm. Next is, of course, you are contentious. Okay, contentious, content. You are stand up and you argue for their rights. Okay? You argue because you know you are right. Okay? And lastly, you are not intimidated or not easily persuaded by others because you know what is right and what is wrong. Okay? So yan. Alam ko ang mga radtech natin very assertive communicators. Okay? Now, under assertiveness, we have a response dahil nga may mga iba-iba't uri tayo ng response. We have positive and negative response. As a radtech or as an individual, we tend to praise our the individual that surrounds us, like patient or nurses. Pag tayo chief tech, yung mga chief tech na nanonood sa atin, you should be able to praise them. Pag meron kang nakitang mali or you would be the one evaluating their performance, wag mong i-highlight agad yung masamang ginawa, yung maling ginawa. No? Yan ang isa sa mga turo sa akin ni Dr. De Los Santos. Once you evaluate, make sure that you will commend. You have to praise first. You give the positive feedback. You know what? You're very good. Hanggang husay noong performance mo last week, ha? Oo, hindi ka late. Talagang dumadating ka 15 minutes before 6 o'clock ng umaga. Nandito ka na ng 5:45. And I praise you for that. Congratulations, keep it up. Then, you give your negative feedback, no? Kasi, you wanted to build a good response first, eh. Hindi ka muna, yung pag ikaw, kahit lahat tayo, dapat pag tayo in-evaluate, dapat maganda yung una. Maganda yung feedback ng una. Tapos saka mo sundatan ng, kaso, ikaw, meron ka na namang spoils nung isang araw, ang dami mong mali, ha? So, next time, medyo pawasan natin. Communication, tone of your voice, and every elements later, we will be discussing that, should be aligned with together, eh. Pag ikaw nagde-deliver, no? Diyan nagkakaroon ng problema, minsan nag-aaway-away, hindi mo kasi sinabi ng maayos, eh, no? So, yun yung interpersonal skills na pinag-uusapan natin. Positive feedback, compliments. So, ang ganda ng natin ngayon, ha? Okay? Expressions of appreciation and good reports. That's a positive response. Then the negative response would be non-constructive criticism. Okay. Negative judgment, no? Nag-judge tayo agad. Sabi nga nila, bawal judgmental. Insults. Expression of disapproval. Ay, hindi. Bakit natin gagawin yan? Bakit? No? Bigla ka na lang magdi-disapprove. Or even bad results. So, ito yung mga iniiwasan nating response in the healthcare setting. No? Next slide, of course, we have teamwork. Okay? When we talk about interpersonal skills, of course, the teamwork, the word teamwork is about collaboration. It's about working together as one. Because again, as mentioned, we are having or we are sharing one goal if we are in the same institution. So no matter what we do it with people. Tama? Yes, agree. We do it with people. Lahat po yan. Sa nurse, sa doctors, sa pasyente, sa kapwa natin radtech, no matter what we do it with them. Next, for teamwork, people create technology. People implement technology. And people make it all happen. People also ultimately use whatever it was created or we create. And no matter how small our organization is, okay, it takes people to be successful. Hindi ako naniniwala na ang clinic, kahit maliit na clinic ka man, doon nasusukat yung pagiging radtech mo. No. The measurement of the true radiologic technologist comes from within. Not your affiliation with other hospitals. Oh no. Hindi porke nasa magandang hospital ka, nasusukat ang measurement, doon na may measure ang pagiging radtech mo. No. I believe that whether you are in small organization, no matter how small it is, you will be the measurement of your performance as a radtech. Next, interpersonal relationship in healthcare, we have 4 according to my research. But then again, baka madami pa po tayong magiging relationship with others. But as of the moment, we have 4. That is, first, interpersonal relationship with our patient, interpersonal relationship with one's family, interpersonal relationship with the visitors, and interpersonal relationship with our colleagues and other healthcare professionals. Isa-isahin natin yan. Una, interpersonal relationship with patients. With patients. Imaging professionals are accountable for delivering the quality of our service. Yes, we should be accountable. Kaya nga kadalasan or may mga institution na sa isang result, hindi lang si radiologist ang nakapirma. Meron din si radtech doon. License number ni radiologic technologist na gumawa ng image na nakapirma pa siya doon. And the radiologist who read it. No? Ewan ko po yung mga ibang hospital ay gumagamit nito because we wanted to make sure that we are accountable of delivering the quality of our service. Hence, as a radtech, we should keep the best interest. The interest po sa bangko best interest or well-being of our patient. Okay? Best, pasensya na po kayo sa sulat ko, best interest and well-being of our patient. Okay? You have to honor the trusts of your patient. Avoid abusing your position. Yeah? Bato-bato sa langit, tamaan, wag magalit. Sometimes we are abusing our position, lalo na yung mga may managerial position. No? So you stop abusing your position. Para hindi ka magposisyon, hindi ka kumuha ng pasyente. No? So you stop abusing your position. No? So kasi as a radtech, we are also a manager. Because what we will be instructing to our patient, that's what they do. Ma'am, sa likod po kayo. Ma'am, supain po. Ma'am, tayo po kayo. Kung ano sinasabi natin, ginagawa din nila. So stop abusing our patient because of what you are now. Madami tayong kaso dyan. Again, nung nasabi ni Doc Manuel, ethical consideration. Ethical. You have to show ethics of our, of course, dun sa code ng radiologic technology. Next relationship would be the interpersonal relationship with your family or with the family of your patient. Family. Yung kanilang mga significant others. So, minsan, kung ang pasyente natin ay buntis, of course, andyan yung husband or andyan yung nanay, pasuporta. Just a thought. Have you ever accompanied a friend or a family member to a hospital na kung saan hindi ka doon nagtatrabaho? Sometimes, ewan ko sino po ang nakaranas nito? No? Parang gusto mong ikaw na yung mag-x-ray. No? No, hindi siya ganun eh. Sometimes po you have to trust your colleague. You as a RADTech, dahil hindi naman natin yun institution. So sometimes, no, nakita ko nga doon sa isang Facebook account, no, si nurse, parang sa Facebook, yung sikat na vlogger, para mag-inject siya doon sa patient niya. Sabi nung isang family member, ayusin mo yan. Nurse ako. Di ba parang, okay. So, again, in a way, no, nakaka-degrade siguro yon, no. Kahit tayo minsan pag tayo ay nag-accompany ng isang pasyente, tas merong isang family member na nakaganon, no. Nakaganon, talagang tinitignan yung bawat galaw natin. Parang nakaka-intimidate, tsaka parang mas nagkakamali tayo. So, ganun din tayo. Okay? Your relationship with family, you should be able to build trust. And again, in return, they will also trust you. Okay? Next, interpersonal relationship with visitors. Yan. Bisita. Okay? So, of course, as a RadTech, you should explain to the family and to the visitors doon kung saan you have your trust and confidentiality with regards to the patient. You have to be polite and respectful, and you have to respect them with dignity. Of course, you say, good morning, can I come in? Kunyari po, kayo ay mobile x-ray sa isang room. You say, good morning. Hindi yung dire-diretso ka na pasok. Ma'am, good morning po. Ako po ang RadTech nyo ngayong araw. Kukuhanan ko lang po si ma'am or sir. That's how we do respect and be polite with what we are. I think lahat naman tayo ganun, no? Hindi naman yung dire-diretso pasok tayo. Hindi naman siguro. So, the last interpersonal relationship is with your colleagues and other healthcare providers. So, as a RadTech, we should not make doubt dun sa ating colleagues. Again, meron silang mga alam na hindi tayo familiar. Meron din tayong alam na maaring hindi sila familiar. So for example, no, hindi mo pwedeng itanong sa isang healthcare provider na anong projection. Baka medyo kumamba. Anong projection? Diba? Miss, just lang yung nakasulat dito sa request. Ganyan ka pa. Ano projection yung gusto ni Doc? Of course, there is also a terminology that probably tayo lang yung maaaring familiar. No? So, sa kanila, hindi rin familiar. Meron din naman silang knowledge or skills na maaaring hindi rin tayo familiar. Kaya nga tayo teamwork, collaboration. Okay? To achieve, strive to establish cooperation and working relationship. So again, avoid speaking ill to our colleagues and share your knowledge to them by promoting learning. Next slide would be the interpersonal relationship with our colleagues, okay? The continuation. And of course, the it's just not in working. Okay. I hope it's moving. Charlotte, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it move? It's moving, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. I'm sharing, right, Charlotte? Am I now sharing
Wala pa
slide?
po. Wala pa, Ma'am Mayna. Ayan, ma'am. Okay na po.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry again. I think tomorrow, ibigay ko na lang yung aking slide sa ating mga no? Okay. So sorry once again. Bakit tayo na-stuck dyan? Okay. Sorry po. So again, what is IPC? So babalik na tayo dun sa technical. So IPC is an effective interpersonal communication. Interpersonal communication, as we call skills. This is between us, healthcare provider, and the patient. That is very important element in improving your patient satisfaction, your treatment, your procedure, and all the healthcare outcomes. People or patient who understand the nature of their illness and their procedure, kung alam nila kung ano yung dapat gawin sa kanila, and believes the provider is a concerned, they are concerned about their well-being, that shows a greater satisfaction with care and received, that are they're likely to comply, susunod sa mga sinasabi mo, because you are able to communicate with them effectively. Meaning, you give them messages to communicate, at equally, you share this to other people as well. Now, on the next slide, these are the abilities that we have as a healthcare practitioner, no? As a healthcare practitioner. First is what we called, listening skills. Listening skills. Mamaya pag-usapan natin, ano pag nagkaiba ng listening sa hearing? Communication, pagkakausap. Stress management, hindi porke toxic kay bibigay mo kay pasyente, bibigay mo kay nurse yung, wait lang, saglit lang. When you're stressed, you have to manage it. Verbal communication, non-verbal, yung ating mga gesture, mga body language natin. When we solve problems, when we decide, or when we have decision making, and again, the assertiveness. So, the next slide is ano yung mga characteristic. Okay? Ano yung mga characteristics of effective IPC or interpersonal communication skills? The effective or the process of effective IPC generally includes when you encourage a two-way interaction, two-way dialogue, no? And establishing a good partnership between you and your patient. The patient and you as a healthcare provider. It creates an atmosphere of caring, and thus, in turn, it bridges any social gaps between you as a provider and your patient. Okay? So, effective IPC content is personalized according to the patient's educational level. No? So, pina-personalize natin to. When we communicate with our patient, sabi nila, you have to personalize. Paano personalize? For example, ang pasyente nyo ay bata. Of course, iba ang atake nyo. Okay? Iba ang atake nyo sa ating batang pasyente. Pag medyo geriatric ang inyong pasyente, of course, iba ulit ang approach mo. That is personalized. When you talk, when you have interpersonal communication skills, you modify them. and based on their educational level or yung kanilang age, for example, and the ability to understand information. Okay? Information. Okay? Now, the next slide would be, what would be the three elements? Ano yung three elements na yun? The three elements of interpersonal communication. The three elements of interpersonal communication are three. First, care, or C-A-R-E. Care, caring. Sunod is solve. The second element is solve. S-O-L-V-E. Okay? Okay, nag-stop na naman yung aking slide. I don't know why. Okay, so ito po yung sinasabi natin kanina. Three elements of IPC. Una, solve. S-O-L-V. This is a communication and problem-solving skills wherein you would be exchanging information to determine the diagnosis and the treatment. Okay. Actually, here, hindi naman talaga work ng isang radiologic technologist is the information. But then again, the results are there. For example, sometimes, some of our patients, no, nagtatanong, pero hindi natin ini-interpret. Ang lagi natin sinasabi ay, ma'am, kay physician na lang po, attending physician yun na lang po ang mag-i-interpret para sa inyo. The second element of interpersonal communication skill is the solve, wherein you will determining or you would be the one communicating. And educate in terms of ensuring your patient to understand the certain procedure, the options that you have para masabi mo, ma'am, hindi po kayo nakakatayo. Pwede po ba kayong umupo doon sa dulo ng ating x-ray machine? Okay? I-educate them. Bakit hindi kaya or bakit kailangan nilang hindi gumalaw? Bakit kailangan nilang huminga ng malalim, tigil sa paghinga, then isushoot natin? Bakit kailangan ng gano'n? You have to make at least a good, a little information, but not ganun kadami, hindi yun na-narrate mo ha. Yung, ma'am, ito po ay, ma'am, ibababa ko lang po yung ating pantalon kasi po, ang kuha po sa atin ay, kailangan po makuhanan po yung bandang pelvic area ninyo, ito pong balakang, so baka ibababa ko po kasi may zipper. You educate them. Okay, ensuring that they have understand why are you doing a certain things. Okay? So ito po yung una, C-A-R-E, care. Communicate. C is to communicate immediately. Okay? Na sinasabi natin lagi, both verbally and non-verbal. A is appropriate. You have to communicate. Ano nasabi natin? You communicate according to their age, no? To their position, on how they will be able to understand what are you talking or what are you saying. R is for recognize your patient experience or recognize their efforts. For example, ang procedure ay kailangan merong fasting. So, okay, effort nila yun. Hindi sila kumain. So, we have to recognize them. Okay. So, kunyari, nakapag 8 hours sa baka pwede mo nang i-singit doon sa appointment. No? Straightforward, being honest. And E is for express support. Okay? Express may support, ma'am. Nilalamig po kayo. Lagyan ko po kayo ng kumot. Okay? Okay? That you will work with them to help them to get better. Okay? The second with SOLV. SOLVE. Okay? So yung SOLVE, first S for shun interruption. When we talk about shun interruptions, ibig sabihin, you avoid. Pag sabi natin shun, that is avoiding interruption while your patient is speaking. Kadalasan kasi minsan, pag nakikipag-usap tayo sa kanila, habang nagsasalita sila, tapos biglang pumintig sa atin na hindi tama. Parang, wait lang, hindi ganon, hindi ganon. So, antayin natin matapos sila. Okay? Wait until your patient has finished. Okay? A thought before asking new questions. Use open-ended question instead of asking, ma'am, okay ka lang? Okay. So, instead of, saying yung mga close-ended questions, we use open-ended questions. Kung saan inanarrate nila. Okay? Kasi minsan kadalasan ang sinasabi natin, do you get headaches? So, kadalasan pwede natin sabihin, can you tell me more about, or can you tell me any pain or discomfort you have been feeling? So, something like that. Sabi, oo, medyo masakit yung ganito ko. Okay? In a way, medyo nararate nila at nalaman natin yung history ng pasyente. L, that is to listen your patients to what they wanted to know or what they wanted to, yung gusto nilang sabihin sa atin. V is for investigate, no? Investigate further by asking more questions. For example, ang naging X-ray request nila ay left, no? Double check natin kung talagang left. Ma'am, kaliwa po ba ang masakit sa inyo? So, we investigate by asking further. Oo, masakit yung kaliwa ko. Okay. By that, I think you have validated the request that you have read, no? E is for exploring the patient's opinion, okay, to the problem and kung ano yung makakatulong para sa kanya. The last element would be educate. Okay, educate. That's EDUCATE. Okay? So, madami yan. So, una yung E, that is exploring patient's understanding. Okay? Of course, explore kung paano tayo maintindihan ng ating pasyente. Okay, whether they had problem before or what they did about it previously. Okay? So, for example, if, kunyari, bata yung iyong pasyente na hospitalized, no? So, kausapin natin yung nanay, no? Paano kaya nalunok? Or ilang araw na po, nakalunok. Kunyari, roll out ng foreign objects, no? May x-rayan natin. Ma'am, ilang araw na po kaya yun nangyari? No? Or sumasakit po ba yung tiyan? Saan banda sumasakit? So, investigate and exploring, of course, the understanding of your patient. D is to describe and discuss the information. Actually, hindi information sa atin ito but discuss further the procedure that yung gagawin para sa kanila. Use appropriate vocabulary. So, ito, maganda sa atin to. So, wag mong sabihin, ma'am, supine po kayo. Okay? Medyo baka sabihin ng pasyente, ano yung supine? No? Baka ang pasyente natin is non-medical field, of course, hindi nila maintindihan yung ating mga terminologies in terms of position. So, we use layman terms or yung mga madali maintindi sa mga non-medical clients or non-medical patients. Of course, choose the acceptable. Actually, ito siguro acceptable procedure or acceptable technical factors in terms of our procedure that we're going to do. A is, of course, advise your patient, ma'am, sir, balik po kayo after 1 day para mabasa po ito ni doc. Dali nyo na lang po yung resibo ninyo. At kung sino man po ang nandito, ipakita nyo na lang po doon para makuha nyo po ang inyong resulta. T, target your final comments. And E is encourage and evaluate your patient's clearly understanding by means of asking them follow-up questions. Ma'am o kunya, nagbigay ka ng instruction. Ito yung mga instruction in a certain procedure. Ma'am, ito yung mga dapat mong gawin Ito po yung mga dapat nating gawin. Ito yung iinumin mo para ikaw ay makapag-jebs na maayos. Ito po yung oras na pupunta ka dito. Okay, ma'am ma'am, ulitin mo nga po yung instruction. So, in that way, you will be developing communication skills and validating if your directions or instructions ay naintindihan ng iyong pasyente. Okay? So of course, when we develop specific interpersonal skills, we learn to listen. Okay? We learn to listen. Again, tulad na sabi natin, listening is not the same thing as hearing. Naririnig lang natin, pero when we talk about listening, we analyze. We somehow know kung ano yung gusto nilang sabihin. Kasi pag sabi mong hearing, parang nakikinig ka lang pero hindi mo naiintindihan, walang comprehension. So you take time to listen very carefully to what other will be saying. Okay? Through both verbal and non-verbal or yung mga body language ng communication ng ating pasyente or ng ating mga other healthcare providers. Of course, we have to choose our words. Piliin natin yung mga sinasabi natin. You have to be aware of the words that you are using when talking to others. Kasi minsan, ang sinasabi natin ay maaaring okay sa atin, pero dun sa receiver ay hindi pala nasaktan. Okay? Nasaktan sila, na-offend sila. So we have to choose the proper word. No, tulad na sabi ko kanina, seasoned X-ray. No, instead of saying matanda na. So, yung words ng matanda medyo baka maka-offend. We are not all similar, no? Minsan, yung iba nasasaktan pag so maaaring maganda in a nice way. So, you have to deliver your words and choose your words wisely. Next, of course, is understand why communication fails. When we develop our interpersonal skills, hindi lang natin dine-develop ito, but we evaluate it ourselves. So by learning and by improving it, the way we communicate, we have to be aware of what we should be improving to ourselves, no? Para maging effective ang ating interpersonal communication. Sabi nga nila, we have to be open with other criticisms because in a way, no, ma-enhance natin. Ako gustong-gusto ko na sinasabihan ako noong mga dapat kong i-improve. Hindi naman kamalian, pero i-improve because that is the true meaning of progress. Okay? Yung pag-improve mo sa sarili mo. Okay? Next is relax. Pag ikaw kasi ay takot or when you are afraid to make mistakes or when you are nervous, kadalasan we talk quickly. Mabilis tayo magsalita para tayo nag-rap. And therefore, pag tayo nag-rap, medyo hindi clear yung sinasabi natin. So being tense is also evident of our body language, yung nagpapawisan tayo kasi hindi tayo confident sa sinasabi natin in terms of communication. So again, try to relax and enhance that interpersonal skills. Next is clarification. Of course, we show interest to the people we are talking to, no? So, pag tayo kumakausap, no, we make sure that we have this genuine care in terms of when we are delivering communication. So, talagang mararamdaman ni patient yun kung talagang ikaw ay may interest doon sa pinag-uusapan ninyo. Hindi yung dahil trabaho mo lang. Okay? So, be positive and try to remain positive and cheerful. You smile. Okay? Empathize and understand your patient's feeling and different points of view. You understand that hindi lang ikaw ang nasistress. Lahat kayo ay nasistress. You, as a rad tech, yung chief tech ninyo, yung alam ko, noong last year talagang stress kayo, no? Ngayon, medyo kalmado na tayo. Last year talagang stress kayo at lahat tayo na-stress last year. And until now, medyo nasa-stress tayo, no? So, we have to understand na hindi lang tayo doon. Next is learn to be assertive. So, again, assertiveness is also the key. And reflect and improve. When we talk about reflect and improve, tulad na nasabi ko, we have to think about our previous conversation and we try to improve ourselves. Okay? We try to improve ourselves. And negotiate. to other people para ma-develop natin yung interpersonal skills natin. We have to have a mutual respect, trust, and interpersonal relation to other people. Tulad na sabi ko, we are teamwork. We work as groups, no? So, we often find ourselves in a group situation. And hindi ko sinasabing mag-stand out kayo, but you have to work with them effectively and efficiently. So, I think that would be the end of my PowerPoint presentation. So, I guess that you have, I hope rather that you have enjoyed it as much as I also enjoy it when I was constructing this PowerPoint presentation of mine. So again, I hope you enjoy it and good morning to everyone. This is the references of my PowerPoint presentation. Maraming salamat, Charlotte. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Maina, for that wisdom field topic. So, napakaganda ng mga topic natin for this day, di ba? Kasi marami tayong napupulot, di ba, na relevant information that we can apply in theoretical and clinical setup. Okay? So, let's go back sa ating paboritong virtual raffle, di ba? We have virtual roulette before we proceed to our last speaker. Okay? So, we have a lot of chances of to win pa. Okay, we have day 2 pa, then we still have virtual roulette again later. Thank you so much, Ma'am Maina. Okay, ayun, lumabas ang ating virtual roulette. So, we'll be the third winner in our virtual roulette. Okay, so let's proceed. Thank you, thank you. Sana all. Thank you. Okay, so the third winner is, sino kaya ito? De Los Reyes Renier. Congratulations, Sir De Los Reyes Renier. Okay, so, sir, kindly send your GCash number to our chat box or to our Paideia account po. Okay, send niyo po sa amin dun yung inyong GCash. So, masisend po namin yung mga prizes niya later. By the way, yung mga winners natin, simula nung pangalawa nating set ng winners, guys, please, remind ko lang yung GCash number. Okay, don't forget to send it. Okay, sana all. Okay, marami pa tayong chances, guys. Don't worry. Okay, so without further ado, let's proceed to our last speaker for this day. Okay, so our last speaker, okay, is a former senior radiographer, a former dean of South Seed LPDH College, an assistant professor lecturer of AIA, okay, one of the RT review trainer of EQUIP and international senior RATEC support assistants of UN International Organization for Migration. Now, let us all welcome Professor Patrick C. Leola on the topic entitled Learning the Emergency Codes, What to Expect. Hi, sir. Good morning. Yes po, Sir Pat.
Yes po, kita.
Ayan. Hi, Sir Pat. Ayan. Okay, let's continue. Yes, Sir Pat, but we can't hear you po. Yes po, Sir Pat. So we are very much thankful, everyone, for trusting Paideia, okay, for this event. Thank you so much, guys. And I hope you enjoy, diba, yung mga topics natin. Very much informative. Ika nga. Diba? Ayan, na si Sir Pat. Hi, Sir Pat. Okay. Okay na. Ayan. Naririnig na. Yes. Magkakatabi kasi kami. Nag-aagawan kami ng ano. Ayun. So, we are very much thankful, everyone, for trusting. Yes. Ayan. Yes, sir. Do you have question po? We can't hear you, sir. Yes po. Mm. Yes.
Ah,
Uh,
okay, Kiko. Ah,
yes, sir.
thank you po, thank you po. Thank you po, Madam, Sir. God bless po sa inyo. Thank you
Thank you,
po.
sir. Thank you po.
Thank you po.
God
Thank
bless you
you.
po. Keep safe, sir. I
Yeah.
hope you're
Thank you po.
enjoying our first day of our webinar. Yeah.
Okay po. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Check, ayan.
Okay, Bulagan. I'm enjoying the webinar. Hopefully more webinar. Mas maraming tayong bago webinar. Okay? Mag-updated na tayo sa page ng Paideia.
Ayan. O, sige. Ayan. Oh, sorry talaga. Ay. Sige. Okay, so sana tayo ay mabiyayaan ng smooth na connection. Ika nga, di ba? Ano bang nangyayari? Ayan. Okay, so sabi nga natin po, ulitin ko lang po ulit. Naririnig po ba ako? Naririnig po ba ako, ma'am? May audio na po ba? Ayan. So, yung disaster risk reduction ay may dalawang component. Yung anticipation at saka yung reduction ng risk. Okay? So, para nang sa ganon, hindi ganon kalakas ang impact kasi nga andun yung understanding natin that disaster is inevitable. Meron at merong mangyayaring disaster sa atin. Kaya lang, it's up to us kung gaano tayo kahanda doon. Diba? So, yung risk ay may dalawang component. Yung vulnerability at saka yung exposure. Okay, yung vulnerability depende sa subject kung gaano ka vulnerable. Katulad nung COVID virus natin, 'di ba? Yung risk kaya yung mga IATF ay pero sila nag-i-implement ng quarantine para yung isipin po natin, balikan po natin yung human anatomy natin, yung physiology ng inflammation. 'Di ba po, pag ang inflammation is infection. So yung sa ating katawan, ganito po pag may bacteria pumasok, ang pinakaunang first line of defense ng ating katawan, yung immunity system natin, is through the inflammation. Ang ginagawa ng ating katawan kapag may foreign body or virus na pumasok sa certain area ng katawan natin, ay kino-contain niya lang dun sa isang area through inflammation. Nagpapadala ng lymphatic fluid dun sa site and then tsaka yan namamaga. Pag napadalhan ng lymphatic fluid dun sa site, mamamaga, and then bakit pinapadalhan ng lymphatic fluid? Para mas madaling makadaloy ang ating mga leukocytes, yung ating mga white blood cells. Nang sa ganun, itong mga leukocytes, itong mga white blood cells na ito, ito yung papapatay yung mga macrophages doon sa bacteria. Ngayon, yun yung ginagawa ng ating IATF in a wider scale. Kumbaga, kina-quarantine yung isang area na mataas ang infection rate, ay nire-restrict ang entry. Ganon din sa inflammation, di ba, ng mga parts natin. Kapag nagkaroon ng infection sa isang parte, for example, sa kamay, nagkaroon ng open wound, yung function ng kamay na yon ay i-restrict by inflammation para wala masyadong makalabas na bacteria from that area, at dun lang sa area na yung papatayin yung infection, yung virus or microbacteria na nag-cause ng infection. Kaya napaka-importante sa panahon natin ngayon yung ginagawa nating quarantine protocols, na yung mga nire-restrict yung matataas na cases ng area, para nang sa ganun hindi na mag-spread. Kasi ang nangyari, di ba, nagkaroon ng global scale ng spread, miski sa bansa natin nagkaroon, nahirapan ma-contain kasi ang kakaiba kasi sa COVID-19 is really yung kanyang speed of transmission, yung kung gaano siya kabilis makahawa or mag-spread kumpara sa flu virus. Sobrang bilis ni COVID virus. At ang matindi niyan, pag pumasok siya sa katawan natin, sa loob ng cell, nagmumultiply siya. Hindi siya basta-basta na detect ng immunity system natin dahil siya ay nagtatago or nagbabalat kayo in a form na para siyang protein lang, normal protein. Kaya hindi siya basta-basta na detect ng katawan. Until such time na siya ay makapasok doon sa cell natin, healthy cell natin, pagpasok ng COVID virus sa cell natin, doon na siya magmumultiply. Magmumultiply siya ng marami doon, and then tsaka niya wawasakin at papatayin yung cell pag marami na siya sa loob. Pag namatay na yung cell na yon at lumabas na yung mga nagmultiply, nagreplicate ng mga COVID virus, that's the time na doon pa lang nadedetect ng katawan natin na may infection tayo. That's why huli na ma-detect ng katawan natin ang COVID virus. Kaya nga, di ba, quarantine ng 14 days. That is the reason why we need to quarantine 14 days. Kasi ang kanyang detection sa loob ng katawan natin, ang ating sariling katawan, ay umaabot hanggang 14 days bago mag-manifest yung sa loob ng 14 days nagma-manifest yung symptoms noon. That's why kakaiba tong COVID na ito, and yun yung kinakailangan nating iwasan, yung risk na yon, yung vulnerability tayo, napaka-vulnerable natin sa COVID dahil nga 14 days bago ma-detect ng katawan natin. At saka yung exposure. That's why we're implementing yung mga social health protocol, social distancing, hand washing, para nang sa ganun yung risk of exposure sa virus ay maiwasan. Okay? Kaya binabawal yung mga social gathering, ganun. Kasi yung dalawa na yan, yung component ng risk na yan yung ating kinokontrol para by God's grace ay matapos itong pandemic na ito, makapunta na tayo sa bagong chapter ng ating history, ng ating mundo. Dahil yung old normal will never be the same again because of this pandemic, because of these extraordinary times. Pero in a positive way, this pandemic should not bring us down, but instead it should bring the best out of us, out of each and every one of us. Kung yung resiliency natin, lalo na tayong mga Pinoy, we are known as very resilient citizens, na kahit anong problema pa yan, kahit anong kababa or kataas ang pinagbagsakan natin, we are always game for a rebound or bounce back, diba? Yung resiliency. Okay, so ayan yung component of risk. And then, ano naman yung disaster risk management? Sabi natin, it is the implementation of the risk reduction, disaster risk reduction, since it describes the action that aim to achieve the objective of reducing risk. Yung disaster risk reduction, okay, ito yung ating goal. Okay? I-reduce yung risk na may components na ay yung vulnerability ng subject at saka yung exposure. Ngayon, itong disaster risk management, ito naman yung paano mo i-deliver o i-execute yung goal mo na ma-reduce yung risk. Okay, ito yung disaster risk management. So, ang tanong, paano natin mina-manage ang risk? Paano natin i-reduce? Diba? So, sabi natin kanina, is risk reduction is the policy objective of anticipating and reducing risk. Now, itong reduction of risk, ang pinakauna natin gagawin dyan, of course, is yung prevention. Okay? Wala na naman ako. Hindi, okay lang. Sige, tatanggalin ko na ito. Palitan ko na yung mic. Ano ba ito? Overloading? Oh, your device is already in the meeting. Am I back? Yes, am I back, ma'am? Yes. Ayan. Okay, ma'am. So, talaga naman. Speaking of resiliency, we should, ayan, bounce back lang ng bounce back. Okay. yung pakiramdam na in the zone na. Pero dito na ulit si Sir Lawrence, so mukhang okay na ulit ito. Ayan, sir. Yeah. Ayan, okay. O kanin paputol-putol, sir. Ayan, na yung connection. Anyways, going back, how do we reduce risk? Unang-una, prevention. Ayan, prevention ang kinakailangan natin. Kaya prevention ng spread, kaya nagkakaroon ng inflammation, 'di ba, yung mga sugat, infection, is to prevent yung spread. Bakit nagka-quarantine tayo, community quarantine tayo, is to prevent the spread. Bakit nagso-social distancing? To prevent the spread of the virus. So prevention are ito yung mga activities and measures to avoid existing and new disaster risk, often less costly than disaster relief and response. Mga ganon. Pangalawang paraan natin is yung risk mitigation. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng risk mitigation? Na-mention ko na earlier, yung mitigation is yung reducing the impact of the effect of the disaster. Nire-reduce natin yung impact. Example ng risk mitigation na ginagawa natin nowadays, yung herd immunity vaccine. Bakit may mga vaccine, 'di ba? Yung COVID vaccine hindi naman siya talaga, pag sabi ang katotohanan diyan pag na-injectionan ka, pwede ka pa rin magka-infection ng COVID. But ang catch there is yung impact niya doon sa katawan nung na-injectionan ng COVID vaccine ay hindi na ganon kabigat kumpara sa non-vaccinated. Yun yung tinatawag na risk mitigation. Una, prevention. Yun yung ating quarantine protocols, 'di ba? Yung ginawa ng IATF. Pangalawa, ito na yung ginagawa natin ngayon. Risk mitigation, yung vaccine. Okay? Yung vaccine. Pangatlong pang-reduce ng risk, of course, ay ito naman yung transfer. Okay? Yung transfer is the process of formally or informally shifting the financial consequences of particular risk from one party to another. Hindi ba't yung mga unang phase ng or unang parte ng COVID pandemic, di ba sinagot ng gobyerno or ng PhilHealth yung mga gastusin sa ospital ng COVID? That is an example of transfer of financial consequences. Instead na galing sa mga pasyente na na-COVID na nga, gagastos pa sila, gobyerno na yung sumasagot doon sa gastusin. And then, of course, yung tinatawag natin yung preparedness. Yung preparedness doon sa sa risk, ano na to, halo-halo na to, pwedeng sa sarili mong individually, and then coordinated with other professionals, and then within the department, internal or external, pwede. So ganon, preparedness na laging handa yung dapat itong mga ginagawa nating webinar na ito, isa to sa mga paraan for us to be prepared in any lalo na sa time natin ngayon na kailangan we are properly informed, rightfully informed ng knowledge. Dapat tayo ay alisto lagi, lalo na sa frontline, and salute sa lahat ng mga RadTech frontliners natin, at you're doing a great job for the country. Your sacrifices will never be in vain dahil you are very much appreciated. Yun nga lang, minsan nakakalungkot dahil pagdating sa mga groceries, minsan may mga pagkakataon na nakakaligtaan isama tayo sa frontliners, probably because hindi ganon tayo kadinig sa ibang kakilalang kurso. Kailangan natin ipagpatuloy na magtulungan na i-educate ang masses or ang ibang tao tungkol sa trabaho natin sa ospital, kasi ang connotation ng mga misinformed or uninformed individuals, pag sinabi mong RadTech, sinasabi nila tagagawa ng radyo, na although they don't mean any harm, kaya lang as part of us bilang registered radiologic technologists, when we hear those kind of unnecessary jokes, parang medyo may kirot maiisip mo bakit ganon ang tingin ng ibang tao sa kurso natin, samantalang our profession is very noble at we are a very important profession sa hospital. In fact, critical area tayo sa hospital. Kapag walang radiology, there will be no profession, or there will be no diagnosis of the diseases of the patient. Kaya magtulungan tayo na i-educate yung mga yung ibang tao about our profession and contribution sa hospital. Speaking of hospital, ayan, meron tayong prevention, risk mitigation, transfer, and preparedness. Punta tayo ngayon dito sa tinatawag na hospital disaster response. So, alam na natin yung risk reduction, risk management, at part of risk management, yung tinatawag na hospital disaster response. At dito na mapasok ngayon yung iba't ibang emergency codes na lagi nating naririnig sa hospital kapag may mga emergencies. Okay? So, dito sa atin sa bansa, sa Philippines, meron ang pinaka nangunguna sa disaster risk management ng mga hospitals ay ang Department of Health, na ito ang nagli-lead sa mga actions na dapat sinusunod ng mga hospitals, especially para dun sa mga DOH accredited hospitals. So sila ay naglabas ng tinatawag nila guidelines on early warning and alert systems for DOH hospitals, Administrative Order number 2008-0024. So it is also known as the adoption and institutionalization of an integrated code alert system within the health sector. So ito yung nag-a-adapt ng unang administrative order ng 182 noong 2001, kung saan dinefine doon yung mga nasabi doon most emergencies and disasters are unpredictable but are not totally unexpected. Sabi doon, most emergencies and disasters ay hindi mo mape-predict, but not all, kasi may mga disasters na kaya nating ma-predict, at yung mga disasters na kayang ma-predict, yun yung pinagtutuunan natin ng pansin na ma-reduce yung risk. That's why meron tayong code alert system itong 2008 na sinusunod ng mga government hospitals. Now, ang tanong, applicable ba ito sa mga private hospitals na hindi accredited ng DOH? Yes, pwede yan, pwedeng gawing reference yan at sundin yang sa DOH. Pero yung mga DOH hospital, mandatory yan. But the other hospitals, private hospitals, may kanya-kanyang alert system at code system yan. The truth there, wala pong standardized code alert system sa buong bansa or sa ibang bansa or sa buong mundo na sinusunod miski ang WHO. I've been researching for a guideline from WHO. Ang nakita ko lang ay yung checklist lang. checklist ng hospital disaster response, but not really the code system, yung color code system ng emergency. There is no standardized. Bawat hospitals, bawat institution, magkakaiba ng code alert system yan. Pero may common silang pare-parehas, pero you need to know kung ano ang code alert system ng iyong hospital. But that doesn't mean nagparehas yan sa ibang hospital. Pwedeng mag-varies yan. Pero ang pinaka-common na nandito sa DOH guidelines na ito ay 3 kulay. Okay? At bago natin banggitin yan, ito yung mga terms na mga sinasabi niyan sa guidelines na yan. Yung code alert system, disaster, para daw mas maging effective ang pag-respond mo sa emergency code, you need to understand these terms clearly at ma-define mo ito. When you say code alert system, kakasabi ka lang natin na ito yung binubuhay ng dalawang components ulit. Pag sinabi mong code system, code alert system, yung code alert system, ito ang objective nito is to alert people or to alert professionals or healthcare professionals na merong emergency na kinakailangan ng response. When you say code system naman ay yung emergency code. Kasi dalawa yun, emergency code alert system at saka emergency code system. Pag tinanggal mo yung halimbawa, 3 kasi yan, white, blue at saka red yung sa DOH. So, may code alert white, may code alert blue at may code alert red. So, pag sinabi mong code alert white, ibig sabihin, merong ang gusto sabihin nung nagbigay ng alert system na yon ay be ready that something might happen. Kaya siya tinawag na alert system. Pag tinanggal yung alert, sinabi code blue, nagaganap na yung risk or nagaganap na yung sakuna or nagaganap na yung emergency. Kailangan na ng response. Yun ang difference yan. Yung disaster, paano masasabi kung ang isang insidente ay isang disaster? Ang disaster, kapag may isang buhay na nawala or dahil mahigit sa isang buhay ang nawala, that is what you call disaster. O kahit isang buhay lang, disaster na yan. Basta may isang buhay na nawala, that is considered as disaster. At hindi lang yon. Kung wala namang nawalang buhay, pero naapektuhan naman ang kabuhayan ng mga maraming karamihan, that is already also considered as disaster. Okay? So, ayan yon. Yung hazard naman, paano mo naman ma-define ang hazard? Of course, simple lang. Alam naman natin ito sa radiation protection pa lang tinuturo na ito. Itong hazard is any phenomenon which has the potential to cause disruption or damage to people, properties, services, livelihood, and sa environment. Ayan. Any phenomenon na pwedeng mag-cause ng disaster, that is a hazard. Radiation is a hazard, di ba? Kasi pwedeng mag-cause ng disaster saan? Sa cellular level natin, yung mga cells natin pwedeng mapatay ng radiation, kaya ito ay tinatawag na hazardous EMF, okay? Or electromagnetic field. And then, yung emergency naman, term na define na natin kanina, yung mass casualty, marami, higit sa 10 buhay ang nawala, that is considered mass casualty. Kapag higit sa 10 katao ang namatay, that is considered as mass casualty. Yung single command at saka unified command system, when you say single command system, sa isang department lang to, single command system. When you say, or isang hospital, yung nag-i-implement ng protocols na yun. When you say unified command system, just think about the IATF. It is an interagency task force na iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan na nag-coordinate, collaborate, at nag-organize para mag-respond doon sa public health emergency ng COVID-19. That is what you call a unified command system. The idea of IATF is very good. That is really how it should be done. But the question there is, how about the response itself or the implementation of the task force? Is it really effective or is it really nasusunod ba ng tama or is it really logical ang mga decisions and actions na nabubuo ng committee na yon? That's another question yon. Okay? So ayan. Kasi nga in order for the unified command command system to be effective, kailangan ang mga involved na parties doon sa system na yon ay well equipped with the right knowledge. Kumbaga, skilled and expert from different field na nagsama-sama, na dapat mayroong epidemiologist. Most of them should be epidemiologist na talagang profession na, hanap buhay na ang pag-address sa mga infection. Yan. Okay? So, another term yung coordination nga. Ayan, coordination, kakabanggit lang ni Ma'am Mayna kanina, importante yung interpersonal, interprofessional relationship skills natin. Dapat well-developed yan dahil kailangan marunong tayo at madali tayong makipag-gel sa ibang profession para nang sa ganun tayo ay mas madaling maka-coordinate. At alam naman natin sa hospital, me myself, na-experience ko din sa hospital, yung challenges ng interpersonal or interprofessional relationship, yung mga pagdating sa mga request, yung mga discrepancy sa request, tapos minsan may mga senior or mga seasoned professionals na medyo pagod na sa trabaho, masama ang timpla, minsan unintentionally ay nakakagawa ng mga hindi magandang reaction sa kapwa professionals. Yung mga ganung bagay, dapat we are well trained to address those kind of situation para mas madali tayong makapag-coordinate sa iba, para makapag-respond tayo effectively, magampanan natin yung trabaho. And then itong red tagging, it is a serious patients in life-threatening situation, red tag, who needs immediate attention, such as patients with obstructions or damage to airway, disturbance of breathing, disturbance in circulation, etc. So yung mga tao na nasa life-threatening situation, ito yung tinatawag na red tag. At saka syempre, emergency officer on duty, kinakailangan sa hospital, kung ikaw ay nagtatrabaho sa ospital, dapat kilala mo kung sino ang dapat mong puntahan or kontakin sa oras ng emergency. Kung ikaw ay nasa radiology department, sino ang dapat mong kontakin na officer mo pag may emergency. Syempre, kung ikaw ay baguhang tech, yung senior tech mo. Kung ikaw naman ay senior tech, alam mo na ang gagawin, pero dapat alam mo pa rin kung sino pa ang mas may alam sa iyo. At kung ikaw ay senior tech, mas may alam sa iyo yung assistant chief tech. At syempre, sino mas may alam sa assistant chief tech? Dito ka ngayon kay chief tech. Ngayon, kung ikaw ay chief tech, sino pang mas expert sa iyo? Of course, yung radiologist. So, magko-collaborate kayong dalawa ngayon. Ngayon, sa department, malakas na, kilala na yung emergency officer na in charge kapag may mga sakuna. Ngayon, ang tanong, kilala nyo ba sa ibang department kung sino ang co-coordinate ninyo kapag may mga emergency cases? Those are the knowledge that you need to take note para maging effective sa pag-respond sa emergencies. Ayan. Okay? So, ano ba yung mga codes? Ano ang purpose niyan? To convey essential information quickly and to prevent stress or panic among patients. Dalawa. Okay, number one is mas mabilis yung transfer of message or information from one area to another. Kaya may disaster codes tayo. Pangalawa, para rin hindi masyadong magpanik ang mga tao sa ospital, lalo yung mga pasyente na nandun. Kasi pag sinabi mo may sunog, sumigaw lang na may sunog, asahan mo yan, magpapanik lahat yan. Pero pag sinabi mong code red, mag-iisip pa yan yung code red. Ngayon, tsaka dadating ngayon emergency officer on duty. Siya ngayon bahala ngayon mag-manage dun sa mga tao nando para makalabas sila ng maayos. Yung ganong klase. So, tayo as healthcare professionals, as working in the hospitals, as RadTech, kinakailangan oriented tayo very clearly sa ganitong klaseng pangyayari. Kasi ito ay ating trabaho. Ito yung ating sinumpaang tungkulin nung tayo nanumpa sa PRC, di ba? Di ba po? Ayan. So, to convey the need to be alert, to convey type of emergency. Now, dahil medyo kanina technical difficulties, medyo natagalan tayo ng konti, medyo extend lang ako ng konting minuto lang, mabilis lang. Anyways, mabilis lang po para sa dagdag na kaalaman ninyo. So, ang tanong dyan, how are hospital emergencies and disaster codes classified? Dalawa, alert codes at saka response codes. So you take note of that. Pag duty nyo, Tanungin nyo agad, ano ba yung mga alert codes ng hospital natin? Ano ba ang mga response codes? Ang admin officer number 1 nakakaalam niyan. Ang admin officer ng hospital should be the one that knows the most about the alert codes and response codes. Kasi sa healthcare, meron tayong mga alert codes, response codes. Pero in totality in a hospital, it should be the admin officer that knows it. The alert codes. Meron emergency officer in charge. Okay? So ito yung sabi ko nga kanina, iba-iba ang emergency codes per hospital, per institution. So you just have to know your own alert code sa inyong institution. These are just examples ng mga emergency codes. Ang babanggitin ko lang is yung standardized ng DOH na which is generally followed by several hospitals. Yung code white alert, code blue alert, at saka code red alert. Ulitin ko, ang alert codes ay ginawa para i-alert ang mga tao para maging handa in times of emergency, while yung response code is pagka binigay yung response code na yon, ibig sabihin kinakailangan ng immediate response, kinakailangan puntahan dun sa area. Pag sinabing code alert lang, medyo antabay ka lang for the response code. Ayan. So simula ng code white alert, ito yung mga description niya: strong possibility of military operation within the area, region, or coup attempt. Pagka merong military conflict ang government, yan, that is code white alert. Any planned mass action or demonstration, forecast typhoons, yung mga parating na bagyo, yan, that is code white alert, yung mga signal number 2 and up. National or local elections, yan, kapag ka medyo tendency of violence sa election, code white alert. And national events, holidays, yung mga bombing threats na ina-anticipate, wala pang threats na nakukuha pero ina-alert pa lang, that is code white alert. Any emergency, 10 to 50 casualties, yung mass casualty na yan. Any other hazard may result in emergency. At mga unconfirmed report of emerging diseases. Naalala ko dito, example is yung mga isang institution, isang international school na aking pinagturuan, may araw ng exam, periodical exam, major exam, may tumawag doon sa office, nag-bomb threat. Bomb threat. So, hindi naman na-confirm yung report pero nag-code white alert. Kasi hindi naman siya una code white, and then nung dumating na yung bomb squad, yan na code black usually. Okay? So, yan yung code white alert. So, pag may mga bagyo, ayan yung madalas na ating naririnig sa mga weather forecaster kay Mang Tani, na paborito natin. Yung the late Ernie Baron. Yan. Now, for code blue alert, ito madalas sa hospital. Ito, alam na natin ito. When you say code blue alert, may nag-a-arrest, cardiopulmonary arrest. Okay? So, pag sa labas ng hospital, narinig mo yung code blue alert ng DOH, may 20 to 50 casualties are suddenly brought to the hospital. Malamang mayroong aksidenteng nangyari. Any internal emergency disaster in the hospital which brings down their operating capacity to 50%, that is code blue alert. Okay? So, ayan, yung SARS, yung naalala natin way back in 2009, yung SARS or 10, mga ganon. Yan ay mga code blue nun. Pero ano lang yun hindi naman siya umabot ng global scale. Parang ang SARS nung time na yun ay mga 2 weeks to 1 month lang yata or 2 months lang. Pero hindi siya pandemic inabot. Epidemic lang yata. Yun. SARS epidemic. At just to mention ang COVID-19 po ay strand 2 ng SARS. Yung SARS-1 noong 2009, ang COVID-19 ay SARS-2. Ito ay bagong strand na generation ng SARS-1. Doon ang galing yan. Ang tanong, paano nagkaroon? Ayan, hindi natin sure kung paano, kung man-made ba talaga siya, kung man-made ba siya or naturally occurring. Pero ang SARS-1 is man-made, hindi siya naturally occurring. So, hindi natin malaman. Ayan. Okay. So, code red alert. Ayan. When you say code red alert, more than 50 casualties are suddenly brought to the hospital, and then paralyze yung hospital ng 50%. Hospital is structurally damaged, at madalas nagaganap itong code red alert pag may sunog sa ospital. That is code red alert. Very common yan, na kayang tumupok ng ospital at mag-paralyze ng capacity to serve up to 50% mapa operational or manpower services, logistics, or human resource. Yan yung tinatawag na code red alert. At yung pinaka malupit dyan is, of course, yung declaration ng Code Red Sublevel 2. Dalawang sublevel yan eh. Sublevel 1 and Sublevel 2. Ito siya. Yung Code Red Alert Sublevel 1, at least one local transmission. Kasi yung COVID, pinaralyze siya talaga, pati economy at hospital industry paralyzed in a manner na wala nang ma-accommodate na ibang sakit kung hindi COVID-19 na lang, which is pag pumunta yung pasyente, halimbawa may kidney problem, wala namang COVID, pag pumunta ng hospital nagiging COVID na siya. That's an example of paralyzed na yung hospital. Ibig sabihin hindi na siya makapag-serve ng function. That's why Code Red Alert level na siya, na sub-level 1. At least one local transmission. Now, kung tatanungin nyo, anong Code Red Alert tayo ngayon is sub-level 2 na tayo. Ayan yung naglagay sa Pilipinas sa quarantine protocol, sub-level. Yan yung pinakahuling declaration at hindi pa tayo bumababa ng Code Red Alert sub-level 2. Hanggang ngayon, more than a year na po tayong naka sub-level 2 Red Alert. And lagi ko nga pong sinasabi din na sana po na pagdasal natin pare-parehas na tayo ay mag-social distancing na lahat at saka maiwasan na yung spread at yung mga namamahala sa pamahalaan ay mabigyan ng wisdom ni Lord kung paano yung mga dapat na desisyon na gawin para mapa-implement natin. Kasi ang totoo niyan is really yung pag-spread ng virus ay hindi naman talaga dahil lang sa matitigas ang ulo ng mga Pilipino hindi sumusunod. Actually, hindi. Ang totoo niyan, kulang ang ating healthcare capacity na tugunan yung ating healthcare system, kulang na yung kanyang pagtugon sa demand na kulang sa hospitals, yung pagdadalhan ng mga COVID patients, yung mga ganon. Although the manpower is there, kailangan lang talaga nating magdasal pa ng gusto pang malaman ng mga namamahala ang mga dapat na tukuyin para mas lalo pang mapag-igi ang ating sitwasyon. Okay? So ayan, response code, color code. Sanggalin mo lang yung alerts doon sa name. Pag code blue alert, tanggalin mo yung alert. Code blue, ibig sabihin cardiopulmonary. Code red, may sunog na. Pag code red alert, wala pang sunog. Pero pag code red na, may sunog na. Color codes without the word alert being used in hospital shall be considered as response code. So pag nakarinig ka ng code na walang alert sa pangalan or dun sa sinabi bilang walang alert na nabanggit, ibig sabihin kailangan tugunan yun. Okay? Ano ang targets ng readiness ng code response? To have enough manpower and enough supplies to respond to the emergency. Kaya una, mag-alert system para maging ready ka na. Mag-alert system para ready mo na yung gagamitin. And then pag pag code signal na, pwede nang pumunta. Meron ka ng enough manpower, meron ka ng enough supplies. So, ito lang ang pinaka-problema natin sa alert system is yung lack of standardization, yung magkakaiba from one hospital to another. Walang universal standardization. Miski, I'm not sure why WHO has not been able to produce a guidelines, yung standardized. Maybe they're still working on it. Pero ito example, magkakaiba yung code system. Sa red, merong smoke, fire, blue, adult medical emergency. Okay? Dito, makikita nyo dyan, dito sa red, parehas naman fire. Sa blue, cardiac arrest. Sa white, violent situation. Sa white dito sa isa, sa left side, pediatric medical emergency. So, there's no really standard code alert system. Ang kilang dyan, kailangan mong gawin lang is, you have to take note kung anong code alert system meron ang iyong institution na kinabibilangan. Yan. At dapat yan ay nakapaskil nga doon sa inyong department para malaman ng mga professionals or ng mga empleyado. Ayun. And to summary, yung aking short insights, disaster risk management for health is everybody's business. Lahat tayo po ay dapat marunong sa risk management. Learning emergency codes plays major role in the disaster risk management. For being knowledgeable in emergency codes help us minimize the risk associated with the inevitable unwanted incidents, mitigates its impact, and can save number lives of people. Disaster risk management, disaster risk reduction, yan ay malawak na aralin. Pero you just have to know kung anong klaseng risk management ang pinapairal sa inyong institution in order for you to be an effective emergency manager sa iyong hospital. Kasi nga, disaster risk management is everybody's business. Kasi nga, as healthcare professional, we work as servant of people. We serve humanity nga with fidelity and uphold dignity, sabi sa RT Creed nung binanggit ni Doc De Los Santos earlier. We are here to serve. We are here to serve. So, para maging effective ang ating service sa humanity, kailangan i-develop natin sa ating mga skills yung management of risk and yung reduction para nang sa ganun ma-mitigate yung impact ng disasters na inevitable pero may yung mga expected risks natin. So, para maiwasan ang pagkawala ng buhay sa mga hindi maiiwasang pagkakataon. So, ayun lang. Maraming salamat po at salamat sa inyong oras at pakikinig at pagtsatsaga na magstay. Maraming salamat po. Charlotte, go back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Patrick, for that very informative topic. So, ayan, tapos na tayo sa ating 4 speakers. So, congratulations po sa lahat ng ating speakers for this one. Halata namang napaka-quality pag nag-webinar ang Paideia. Makikita natin sa comment section. Thank you for trusting Paideia. So, anyway guys, before we end this session, let's have two winner para makupan po ang inyong mga certificate. Okay? And may I also remind that only those who are registered will be the only name submitted to PRC for the CPT. Okay? And of course, meron pasabog ang Paideia bukas. Okay? So guys, wait for the good news tomorrow that will be announced by Sir Lawrence. Abangan niyan. Pag nung hayang hindi matinig ang good news ni Sir Lawrence. Okay? And if you have any question, okay, tomorrow, doon sa ating last part ng ating question and answer portion. Okay? So, sulat nyo na, lista nyo na lahat ng question mo. And tomorrow, we will entertain those questions. Okay? Then, sabi natin, please comment on chat box and FB, Messenger, MSC, Paideia, because we're going to entertain those questions. So, do you have any announcements or Patrick, Sir Lawrence, before tayo mag-grouping in virtual? Okay.
Yung copies po nung lecture, pwede po i-send po natin sa emails niyo do sa mga nag-register. Ipapasend na lang po natin individually yung mga lectures din sa inyong emails. Marireceive nyo po yan along with the evaluation form for tomorrow po. Yan.
Okay, so guys, before tayo mag-end, pwede po ba natin i-open ang ating mga camera for virtual grouping, diba? For documentation ng ating webinar. Okay? Sige nga po, pakibukas na po ang mga camera doon. Maraming salamat doon. Nakita natin ang mga graduates natin from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Okay? Sige, paki-open po. Let's go for famous screenshot, sir. Okay. Sige. So, sige. Wala pong cam not working. Okay, sige. Walang cam. Okay lang. Okay, kita naman ang ating mga names. Ayan. Sige.
Job.
So, let's do screenshot. Okay, by 3 ha. Okay.
Screenshot mo kay sir. Screenshot din.
Screenshot.
Okay, 1, 2.
Smile. Okay, second frame po tayo. Okay.
Ano na? Salita ka. Ano na?
Second frame na.
Anong ilang frame na?
Wait lang pa. Para maganda yung quality ng picture na. Lalagyan natin ang picture. So, nag-enjoy po ba tayo sa ating first day? Nakantayin nyo ang second day. Mas marami kayong magpupulot sa second day. Yes po, marami pong inihanda ang Paideia ng webinar. Abangan niyo po. Kaya po, mag-like, share po, and subscribe po sa YouTube channel and FB page ng Paideia para mag-updated kayo sa mga at sa ating na webinar. Thank you po for trusting Paideia. Okay? Pangatlo, ayan, sige, okay. Third frame. Okay, sige. 1, 2, 3, pose, guys. Okay, sino ba, sir? Okay na daw. Ayan. Diba? Okay, so meron tayong grouping virtual. So once again, guys, maraming salamat po sa pag-attend ng ating Day 1 seminar from the bottom of our hypothalamus. Maraming salamat po. Okay? So guys, we'll see you tomorrow, same time again po. Okay? See you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Charlotte. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you po.
Salamat.
See you tomorrow. Thank you po, Dr. Santos.
Thank you, Doc. Kumain na.
Bakit dami kailangan mo?
Hi po.
Thank you, Giancarlo Francisco
Out.
from UMAC. Laban lang mga sir at ma'am.
Sige nga ulit. Dalawang malaki, dalawang maliit. Tapos,
Sir Lawrence. Manulit yan. Okay. Bye.
hindi yun magkakapareho ang size noon. Yung dalawang maliit, ay, isang ano,
Thank you guys. Thank you po. See you tomorrow.
yung dalawang maliit, pataas, ipataas mo. Hindi yun pahaba, mataas.